Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here for this morning's public Planning Commission meeting. I will have the clerk call the roll, please.
I'm here.
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 Thank you. If I can ask you to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 4 on the agenda, public comments. This is the time for the public to speak on any item that is not on the agenda. I don't have any speaker cards, so I assume there'll be no comments on non-agenda items. Moving on to number 5, approval of minutes for July 12th, 2018. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
It says yes, and I'm pushing it, and nothing happened. There it is.
Okay. Moving on to item 6, case number PL 17-0059, dark sky overlay zone ordinance. Staff?
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez and Planning Commissioners and the members of the public. My name is Ruchita Kadakia, and I'm a long-range planner with the county's planning division and the project planner here to present the dark sky overlay zone, case number PL 17-0059. After publishing the Planning Commission packet on July 19th, staff has included three additional exhibits. All of these are available online and have been included in your packet. This includes Exhibit 9, which is an article from Ventura County Star discussing dark skies. Exhibit 10, which are minutes from the Ojai Valley MAC meetings of April and July 2018, and includes Exhibit 11, an errata memo, which outlines amendments to the Exhibit 4, which are the text amendments to the overlay zone. Throughout the presentation, I will be pointing out the amended sections that have been included in the errata. Based on a recommendation by the Ojai Valley Municipal Advisory Council, the MAC, the Board of Supervisors directed planning staff to start working on this project in 2014 and added it to the planning work program in 2015 with a due date of 2018. Staff began work on this project late last fall, 2017. The board's direction in 2014 was to develop a new dark sky overlay zone for the Ojai Valley MAC area, the parcels all within the MAC boundaries, and suggested that staff research ordinances in neighborhood jurisdictions and use the City of Ojai's adopted ordinance as a model. While preparing this proposed ordinance, staff researched not just the City of Ojai, but also other jurisdictions that have dark sky ordinances or exterior lighting standards, both in neighboring jurisdictions, such as the cities of Malibu, as well as the counties of LA, Los Angeles, and Kern. And we also researched some others which are further away, such as Borrego Springs, Palm Springs, La Quinta, San Diego County, Flagstaff, Arizona, and Maricopa, Arizona. This is a map that shows the boundaries of the Ojai Valley MAC area, which includes over 7,200 parcels. The majority of these parcels within the area are rural or urban residential zones, which are over 85% of all parcels. About 9% of those are open space and special purpose zones, and agricultural zones and commercial zones comprise of about 3% of all parcels. There is literature available online which indicates that dark skies have multiple benefits. In fact, Ventura County Star published an article last week which talked about how artificial light is affecting our view of the night sky, as well as its effects on wildlife and plants, which are two of those benefits that have been identified through preparing dark sky ordinances. This article has been included in your packet as Exhibit 9. And also, additionally, when lighting is used appropriately, it is known to save energy. The next set of maps that we are showing indicate the radiance levels in the United States in 2018, and these maps were recorded from data by NOAA and NASA. And to give you an idea about what's depicted, the red areas on the map are urban centers that seem to emit the most amount of radiance. And as you can see, there are practically no dark skies east of the Mississippi. On the west, however, we do have multiple dark skies, most of which are national parks. And one needs to drive long distances to be able to see them. Ventura County is close to one of the brightest urban centers in California, which is Los Angeles. This map shows Ventura County in context with Los Angeles County. And as you can see, Ventura County definitely emits lesser radiance than Los Angeles County does. Zooming in further, this shows the southern part of Ventura County. And you can see the context of where the Ojai Valley MAC area is located, which is just south of Los Padres National Forest, which does have dark skies. And generally, the Ojai Valley MAC area is quite rural in nature. And if we zoom in further in, what we can see is that the most amount of radiance that seems to be emitting within the Ojai Valley MAC area is from the urban centers within the communities themselves, and especially along Highway 33. So before I embark into the amendments to the ordinance itself, we wanted to talk about the series of public outreach meetings that staff conducted over the course of this project. And these public meetings, which were with both Ojai Valley MAC as well as the APAC, the county's Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee, both of those helped, the comments received at both of these meetings helped shape the ordinance to the one that we have in front of us today. And I wanted to start with those. So we did go to the MAC a couple of times, both first in April and then later in July after the public review draft was published in July itself. And we also went to the APAC in early July. As for the Ojai Valley MAC, when we first went to the MAC in April, we did not have a written ordinance. We just presented initial concepts that we had gathered from different jurisdictions, and we wanted to receive comments. At that point, we heard from the attendees in the MAC that the conceptual requirements for existing lighting were too strict. At that point, we had identified a 6-month grace period for existing lighting, and that the feeling of safety and security was extremely important, and we should weave in some flexibilities for those. So staff weaved in those comments while preparing the public review draft, and that draft ordinance was presented to the MAC in July last week. And the comments made during this meeting focused on the disturbance that was created by bright, excessive, and unshielded lighting in commercial and industrial areas within the community. Some felt that the ordinance was not restrictive enough this time. And the MAC members discussed the application of the ordinance to existing lighting in both residential and commercial zones, and finally they voted to recommend approval with a 4-0 vote. But they added one significant revision. They recommended an inclusion of a 3-year compliance period for existing outdoor lighting in commercial and industrial zones within the MAC area. In essence, this would mean that all commercial and industrial businesses would be required to bring their existing lighting to the general lighting standards within 3 years or turn the lights off at 10 o'clock. Minutes from both of these meetings have been included in your packet as Exhibit 10. Meanwhile, at APAC in July, The members and the attendees generally agreed with the draft ordinance requirements related to agricultural uses. They did include, suggest that staff include a clarification for the exemption of temporary outdoor agricultural uses to add on usual and customary practices such as harvesting, and those for weather events. Staff incorporated the comments from both APAC and the MAC and published an updated ordinance for the Planning Commission packet last Thursday on July 19th. Please note that the errata memo that we have submitted to your commission yesterday has revisions that incorporates the 3-year compliance period for existing lighting in commercial and industrial zones, as well as revisions from County Council on the approval of deviations from the lighting standards. I will review these changes more in detail as I go through in the presentation of the ordinance itself. So moving on to the ordinance amendments. You have 2 ordinances under your review today. One is Exhibit 4, which are the text amendments, including the new dark sky overlay zone, and this is the one that the errata was related to. And then you have Exhibit 5, which is the inclusion of a map amendment, including the dark sky overlay zone itself to the zoning map. Certain sections in Exhibit 4, certain sections in the non-coastal zoning ordinance were amended. Lighting is a highly specialized and a technical field, and technical terms such as lumens, Kelvin, foot candles were added to the definition section, which is Article 2, in addition to those that refer to lighting components, such as luminaires and fully and partially shielded lighting. Please note that in the California Building Code, light fixtures are referred to as luminaires. So in order to retain consistency, we have identified all light fixtures as luminaires throughout the ordinance. However, for the purposes of making it easier for the presentation itself, I may use luminaires and light fixtures interchangeably. And Article 3, which establishes zones, boundaries, and maps, includes a new dark sky overlay zone with an official reference for the zone as a DKS suffix that would be added onto the maps. There were no changes to Article 5, which is the use matrix. All staff did was include a cross-reference so that the planning staff would be directed to the additional standards for freestanding light fixtures in the dark sky overlay zone. A new subsection, 8104-7, was added to, is proposed to be added to Article 4, which is the purpose of the zones, and this includes the purpose of the dark sky overlay zone. Key points include an ability to view the night sky and the stars, to protect against glare and excessive lighting, minimizing light pollution while making sure that you're promoting safety and security, and to provide standards for energy efficient, moderate, and cost-effective outdoor lighting. These key points were derived from the board direction in 2014, as well as from other jurisdictions with dark sky ordinances. Standards specific to the overlay zone were added in Article 9 as a new subsection called 8109-4. Like most dark sky ordinances, these standards address 2 major areas for both new as well as existing lighting. The first one is related to dark hours, as in the time when the sky would be best apparent and when lights would be turned off so you can see the stars. The second one is related to the lighting components themselves, lighting color, intensity, shielding, direction of the light fixtures, etc. Before I go through each of those specific standards, I would like to add a note that staff really did not intend that the adoption of this ordinance would bring about an overnight change in the area. Staff took a long-term view while drafting the ordinance, so we weaved in flexibility for existing lighting and lighting that is necessary for security and safety purposes throughout the ordinance. The standards that are included in Article 9 apply to new lighting that is installed after the ordinance is in effect, or when existing light fixtures are replaced, not just the light bulb. And we built in, as I said earlier, we built in flexibility for
Excuse me, can I interrupt you for just a moment? Commissioner.
Yes.
May I ask a clarification? So this would apply to all zones?
This would apply to all zones within the Ojai Valley MAC area.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, we built in flexibility for existing lighting, which has been given a 1-year grace period. For existing outdoor lighting, within 1 year of the effective ordinance date, we suggest that lights be turned downward. If they have adjustable mountings, they basically get turned down, directed downward, and lights are turned off during dark hours. The errata includes an edit that we made for the second point. Initially, this language said that lights would be turned off after 10 p.m. In order to be consistent with other sections of the ordinance, we did not want to limit the timing to just 10 p.m. when people may still be allowed in, present in exterior areas. So we amended this language to say that exterior outdoor lights would be turned off during dark hours instead. I will go back to this definition of dark hours, which is essentially after 10 p.m. when people are no longer present in exterior areas or close of business hours, whichever is latest. This amendment was also based on a comment that we received in a letter from CoLab. Essential lighting can remain on even after 1 year, whether it is new or existing. I will explain essential lighting in the next slide, which is this. Like, what is essential lighting? We have defined this, and this is a key definition that is included in the ordinance that says that this is lighting that is necessary for safety and security purposes. And this includes security lighting, lighting that illuminates walkways and driveways, and lighting that illuminates building entrance, such as porch lights. As I mentioned earlier, these lights would be allowed to remain on at all times for both new as well as existing lighting. How the ordinance would apply to discretionary projects. For new or replaced outdoor lighting, it would be the same. They would be required to conform to the ordinance requirements. Existing outdoor lighting within 1 year would still be directed, would be able to direct lights downward if possible and turn off the lights during dark hours. And essential lighting would remain on after 1 year. But we added in, the errata includes an amendment to subsection C of the applicability section, which is 8109-4.7.2 of the ordinance. In the packet that we published on July 19th, the ordinance stated that existing lighting in commercial and industrial properties would be brought into compliance when the property owner came in for a major modification or a time extension. With more time to review options and to more closely align with the Ojai Valley MAC's recommendation from last week, staff revised this ordinance so that rather than coming into compliance at the time of permit modification, commercial and industrial sites would now be required to comply within 3 years. After 3 years, if there is any non-compliant lighting that remains, it would be required to be turned off after 10 p.m. Yes, Commissioner White.
Commissioner White.
And so I see you have a 3-year exception for commercial and industrial. What about residential? Do they have a?
At the MAC meeting, they did discuss both options for existing lighting for both residential as well as commercial. They, during the time, both the MAC members and the attendees commented that the commercial lighting seemed to be the most offensive at that point, and it was excessive and bright. So the MAC's recommendation was to limit it to commercial and industrial zones for compliance.
And so how quickly do residential uses need to come into compliance?
There would be, they would have the 1 year when we would be educating and public outreach to be directing the lights downward and to turn them off if they were not essential after dark hours. And after that, it would be as when they come in to replace the lighting.
One more question, Commissioner Ostra.
Yes.
In a situation where there's an existing discretionary permit, and often they'll have their own lighting plan, and that's been approved. Mm-hmm. How does the new ordinance affect that? They get a three-year grace, and then they're supposed to come into compliance?
As Tricia, do you want to take this one? I'm sorry.
Punt.
Commissioner Rodriguez, and members of the Planning Commission, I'm Tricia Meyer. For the record, I'm the manager of the Long Range Planning section in the Planning Division. And as far as the question, the commercial and industrial sites would have to come into compliance within 3 years, regardless of whether they have a discretionary permit or they don't. However, we've had discussions among planning staff about what form that would take. We didn't want it to be something onerous where they had to come in and go through an entire permit modification process. And so we've discussed, it depends on how they come into compliance, really, because in some cases, they're not even required to, if they're just changing out bulbs or adding shielding, there's no zoning clearance required, there's no permit required from the building department. And so it really would depend on whether if they have to move, if they have to change freestanding light fixtures, it's going to depend on what's required on that particular site, I guess is what it comes down to. But we're looking at ways of expediting that and making it easier. And that's something that we're going to have to, develop as we go forward.
County Council, you awake over there? These people have a vested right, they have a plan, and now we're going to change it on them. What power do we have to do that?
Right, that's a good question. So they do have a vested right, and so we would need to give them amortization period to give them a fair amount of time, basically, to phase out the existing lights and install the new lights. And so, so we can do that, but we have to give them a fair amount of time.
So is that reflected in any of the documents I've seen?
Yes, Commissioner Onstadt. The new version of the ordinance includes a provision for a time extension that can be applied for to the planning director, where we would look at whether there was financial hardship involved or other reasons that would require, and exactly as County Council mentioned, the amortization period is something we'd have to look at more closely as well, so that we could extend that 3-year period if necessary.
I understand we're trying to be reasonable. What authority do we have to do that in the first place with a vested right and a permit and a lighting plan approved and expenses incurred?
Well, we can change the standards and require them to comply with the new standards, but again, it's the.
Are you saying because of the language in the discretionary permit that will allow us to come back in and, in essence, bring a modification ourselves? I don't understand. I'm trying to understand what authority we have to do this to people with vested rights.
Right. Well. Right. No, that's a good question. And
if you don't have an answer, that's okay.
Right. Yeah. No. I'm just thinking through the modification process. I mean, in general, we can upgrade our standards and make people change their components of their project. But and again, the overall concept is we have to give them a fair amount of time. But that's a good question about what that would look like in terms of permit mod. And honestly, I need to think that through more.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and continue.
Yeah. As Tricia mentioned, after we understand that, there may be instances when the business owner would have good cause and may not be able to comply. And as she mentioned, there is an extension process that has been identified in the RADA, and the authority lies with the planning director. And if approved, staff does intend to contact all property owners to provide adequate notice and information on this. There is also certain types of lighting which is prohibited once the ordinance goes into effect. And if there is existing lighting of this type, it would be discontinued within 1 year of the effective ordinance. I went behind. These prohibited lighting include lighting for perimeter lots, and except those that are used for safety and security. And they include lights that are blinking, flashing, rotating, or strobe lights. There are many lighting that is exempt from the new requirements as well. These generally include temporary lighting, such as that for construction, emergency, or outdoor nighttime lighting for ag uses. They also include lighting where the planning division doesn't have any authority, such as public schools, those that are preemptive with, they are required to comply with state or federal law. And we also exempted signage because it is regulated elsewhere in the zoning code itself. And staff did not want to discourage the use of low-cost, environmentally friendly lighting, which would not create light trespass or light spillover. So lights under 60 lumens are exempt, including solar lights. Staff also reviewed ordinances from neighboring jurisdictions, and none of them included regulations for street lighting, primarily due to safety concerns related with street lights. These have been exempted as well. Similar to the dark sky ordinances in other jurisdictions, this proposed ordinance covers these elements, and I will go through these one by one. As I've mentioned earlier, dark hours is one of the key concepts of the ordinance. This says that the dark hours are from 10 p.m. when people are no longer present in exterior areas, or close of business, whichever is latest, until sunrise. These hours are included to make sure that the community can view the night sky after this time. An exception to the dark hour requirement is essential lighting, which can remain on at all times, whether it is new or existing. So just to recap, this is the list of lighting that is allowed during dark hours, and this includes porch lights, lighting for businesses that are still open, temporary lighting, and those that are exempted that I went through the exemptions before. Another key component of this overlay zone are shielded luminaires and the direction of them, which is to be directed downward. And these talk about both fully and partially shielded lights. All new outdoor lights shall be fully shielded and directed downward. There is an exception where porch lights and under-eave lights may be partially shielded. And Megan will send around a box which shows a light fixture, which is of a partially shielded light. I will get to that soon, just to explain as to what they are while I'm explaining what these mean. So fully shielded luminaires are those where the light is housed inside the cap or the mount, and where you can see the light itself. So all of the light directs directly down from the horizontal plane. There are images that have been included in the definition section for fully shielded luminaires, which show the different kinds of fully shielded lights that are available. These are examples of how fully shielded lights can be used for both porch areas as well as walkways. When you look at partially shielded luminaires, this is the one that has been passed around. This is when most of the light is emitted beyond the horizontal plane, where after the 180, like just below, you can still see, you can still see the light bulb, but the light mostly does not spill over into the sky. And most porch lights are partially shielded, and these are examples of those, which is why we have a requirement that porch lights and under-eave lights may be partially shielded. These are some images. Another key component is lighting color, which is also known as correlated color temperature. And this describes how warm or cool the color of the light is. Lights that are with color temperatures of under 3000 Kelvin are considered to be warm, and they have a yellowish hue, whereas those which are over 4000 have bluish-white colors, and they're considered to be cool. Studies show that 3000 Kelvin is an optimal standard for outdoor lighting and minimizes adverse impacts to human health. The ordinance requires that the color of the lighting be capped at a maximum of 3000 Kelvin. This next slide also shows the spectrum of the color that is from up until 3000 Kelvin. And the box that I sent around also includes a chart at the back of the box. And that one shows what light color that this box, that the light fixture has. So you can easily see that it is 3000 Kelvin on this side. If I can point this, yeah. So this shows that there is a 3000 Kelvin band. And so most of us understand wattage all this time. We've understood wattage all these years when we are buying light fixtures because we used incandescent light bulbs, which refers to the amount of energy that is used. The California Energy Code, that is Title 24, includes requirements for maximum wattage. While Kelvin, that I explained earlier, refers to the color of the light, lumens talks about light intensity and how bright the light is. Although LEDs now use lesser energy, they can be very bright if they have a higher light intensity, and they contribute highly to glare and light pollution. Think about the headlights that you have, which are bluish-white in color and piercing through your screen. The standard that we've identified is a maximum of 850 lumens, which is comparative to a 60-watt incandescent light bulb that you're used to. And this is similar, and these lumen requirements are also included on the box, the little chart on the box, as well as on the lamps. And I don't know if Megan can send around another box and a lamp, which is a soft LED white lamp, and it also has another chart of a different type, which shows both lumens as well as Kelvin in it. There is an exception, though. Security lighting can go up to 2,600 lumens maximum, and outdoor recreational lighting can also go over 850 lumens. Security is of utmost importance in the community. Therefore, we understand that there is a need for brighter lighting for those, especially if you're going to view it through security, if you match it with security cameras or so. Therefore, lighting for the security can be a maximum of 2,600. If this lighting is more than 850 lumens, then one must use motion sensors with a timer of a 10-minute maximum activation time. If you have security lighting which is fully shielded and under 850 lumens, there is no need for a motion sensor, and which would be applicable as all of the other essential lighting. Light trespass, in simple terms, means light that falls beyond the area that is to be lit. And this is typically measured in foot candles, and it's measured at property lines. To explain this diagram, the yellow section that you see is really the useful light that one needs to see when they're trying to light up an area. If the light is unshielded, it could create a glare zone, and would be able to either impact someone directly into their eyes by directing glare,
Excuse me.
or there would be light trespass.
Excuse me, we have a question. Commissioner
Yes,
Armstrong?
I'm sorry.
With the term light trespass, trespass is a word of art and legal significance. Are we creating a new right similar to avoiding a nuisance here? Is this, I've never heard light trespass.
Light trespass is regularly seen.
I understand what you said.
Yeah,
If you
no.
have perimeter lighting and it goes beyond the perimeter, that's light trespass. But what does that mean, County Council? Are we creating some,
Well, it means what we're saying in our standards. And so, I mean, we're not giving people a new common law legal right, but we're creating a standard that people have to follow where it applies.
okay, I'm an adjoining property owner and I'm being trespassed upon by your light. So
Right.
I what? I call the county and say you're,
Yeah, so if someone has lights that don't comply with our standards, then they could complain. And if the light, does in fact not meet our standards and the other neighbor was supposed to phase in new lights, then they would have a valid complaint. But that would be under our code. And so it
And
would
the
be a code compliance issue, basically.
okay, then what happens to the next level? I'm violating. What happens to me when I tell you to pound sand?
Well, I mean, then the ball would be in the county's court.
But what happens?
That's a question for RMA.
Okay. I can just see more neighborly disputes. Thank you.
The term has been defined in the ordinance currently as light that is emitted by a luminaire that shines beyond the boundaries of the property on which it is sited. And this is a light trespass is generally used as a term in most lighting ordinances that we've seen. And this is consistent with the City of Ojai's ordinance as well as a term of art. And what we have is we've indicated what the light trespass limits would be by zone. And these are developed by zone and they're consistent. The trespass limits themselves in foot candles measured at property lines are consistent with the City of Ojai's code. And the image on the side just shows that if you have shielded lighting, you would limit the amount of trespass that would be, or limit the amount of spillover beyond the property line itself. Yes, Commissioner White.
So these limits, I understand the light trespass limits, are these consistent, what's being proposed here, with what other jurisdictions have adopted already?
Yes, they have. We've looked at various jurisdictions. We used the city of Ojai as a model, but this was the same. There were very similar limits in both the cities of Malibu and other jurisdictions that we've seen.
Thank you.
Outdoor recreational facility lighting of different types is also can be glaring as well as excessive and bright because of the kind of play that it usually needs. These kind of outdoor recreational lightings are there in all of the zones, say like tennis courts, basketball courts in residential areas. In commercial areas, there are parks and sports arenas, and in agriculture and open spaces, you have areas like equestrian arenas or so. And since this is a more specialized kind of lighting, because you would need a certain amount of light to be able to see the sporting event itself, the ordinance requires that the lighting levels that are identified in the lighting handbook by the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America, ISNA, be used and it not be any greater than those. But this does allow that your lighting for your outdoor recreational facilities can be higher than 850 lumens and it can be higher than 3000 Kelvin. It just, one would have to use partially shielded luminaires if they cannot use fully shielded ones to be able to see their event themselves and employ directional methods. And no lighting would be allowed between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. unless there's already an event in progress that has been allowed. And the images that are on the right show an unshielded baseball field, which was then replaced with lighting which had shielded lights. And it was the same image. This was in Arizona, and it shows us the difference in the light itself when it's fully shielded, or when it's shielded and uses appropriate lighting levels. Service station or gas station lighting has also been identified as some lighting which is bright at times and can cause glare. In this, our requirement is that canopy lighting, just the canopy lighting, be fully shielded and use flat lenses, and there would be no additional lighting allowed on the columns. There is no change to any lighting for signage, etc. And these images again show an unshielded canopy for a gas station versus one which has shielded lights included. And light that shines directly into your eye can also cause glare and discomfort and prevents visibility not just of the night sky, but also of the ground itself if it's been glaring directly in your eye. So therefore, we've included height standards, which have been set for both freestanding and attached lighting, including those for outdoor recreational facilities. So if there are lights that are attached to structures, they would be no higher than 15 feet. If they are attached to fences, no higher than the height of the fence. And if they are freestanding lights for walkways, driveways, or hardscaping, there would be a maximum of 2 feet. And all other freestanding lights would have a 20-foot maximum limit, which is currently allowed with a ministerial permit in our zoning ordinance already. And if one needed to go higher than that, they could specify that in the permit themselves. Finally, greenhouses that are used for outdoor, agricultural operations are usually enclosed structures, but they are transparent or translucent in nature. Unlike other enclosed structures, lighting within the greenhouses can be completely visible through the night and can contribute to sky glow. What you see is an image that was taken in Humboldt County, which shows sky glow coming from greenhouses that were lit up during the night. And this image shows as to what a greenhouse when lit up looks like. Up to 20,000 square feet of greenhouses can currently be permitted with a ministerial permit in open space and agricultural zones. Although indoor lighting is not regulated in the proposed ordinance, we've included standards just for agricultural operations in transparent greenhouses, where an operator may choose to light the facility at night. So in that case, if one wants, this would apply to night lighting that is installed within new or retrofitted greenhouses. And if they want to light them beyond 10 p.m., only then they would be required to use fully or partially shielded directional lighting, and they would be required to install blackout screening for walls and roof to prevent the light from spilling outside. That is only if they want to go beyond 10 p.m. and want to light it in the night. The errata memo also includes an amendment to this section, which was 8109-4.7.6. This was initially called modification or waiver from standards and requirements. It has now been renamed to deviation from standards and requirements. The intent of the section, however, remains the same. It was included to allow for flexibility when technology changes or when it can be shown the proposed lighting meets the intent of the overlay zone or is the functional equivalent of it. This language was amended by County Council to clarify that in order for discretionary projects to request a deviation from the standards, written findings of fact supported by substantial evidence are required to be included, which must show that the applicant's proposed lighting will be the functional equivalent of the standards that are included in the ordinance, such as the strength and duration of the lighting, the glare trespass, etc. The applicant would also be required to state circumstances which justify this deviation and should include required documentation and support the findings that have to be made. Like all other standards in the county's non-coastal zoning ordinance, the provisions of this ordinance will be enforced through the county's existing complaint-driven code enforcement process. Enforcement actions, if necessary, will be pursuant to Article 14 of the zoning ordinance. And if the ordinance is approved, county staff will be purchasing a light meter that would be able to read the required lighting levels such as lumens, Kelvin, and foot candles. That brings me to the end of the text amendments in Exhibit 4. What we have, another ordinance, which is Exhibit 5, which amends the zoning map in Article 18 to include the new dark sky overlay zone. And this is, to refresh your memory, all parcels within the Ojai Valley MAC area. And the map itself would include a suffix of DKS at the end of the base zone. And this map, also part of your Exhibit 5, shows a map of the proposed dark sky overlay zone where the boundaries would be contiguous with the Ojai Valley MAC boundary. That brings me to CEQA compliance and findings. And this project is exempt as per CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3, since there is no possibility that these ordinances may cause a significant effect on the environment itself. And it is also exempt per CEQA guidelines 15308, which shows that the ordinances consist of regulations intended to benefit the environment. Your Planning Commission packet also includes findings that were made for the non-coastal zoning ordinance amendments, and pursuant to that section, we found that it says that it would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare. These ordinances represent good zoning practice and are consistent with the county's general plan. This is, again, to refresh a memory of all the public outreach meetings that we conducted and the hearings. Since publishing the proposed ordinance on July 19th, we've received 6 comment letters for this project, and these were provided to you as Exhibits A through F. And if this ordinance is adopted, staff is expecting to conduct some public outreach to inform the community about the ordinance. Some of these ideas include sending letters to all residents and business owners about the ordinance, conducting a public workshop, especially for commercial industrial business owners, and including informational and educational brochures on the planning website, such as the brochure that we've included in your packet as Exhibit 8, which was a handout of 2 pages. And we also suggest working with Ojai Valley Green Coalition, which is a nonprofit organization who has been reaching out to the community members within the Ojai Valley regarding the City of Ojai's ordinance as well. This brings me to the staff recommendations that have been included on pages 18 and 19 of your staff report. So the Board of Supervisors hearing is tentatively scheduled for September 25th, 2018, which brings me to the end of my presentation, and I'm here to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
It's legislative, so you don't need to do disclosures.
I just have one minor question. Excellent presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Was there any, I'm not familiar enough with the Ojai area to know whether or not there are religious expressions of faith using light. For example, at Oaks Christian School in Thousand Oaks, there is a very large lit cross, and there are other churches as well in Thousand Oaks that have religious expression through light. Was there any thought given to an exemption for those types of uses? Is there anything existing in Ojai or in that area that that might be affected by something like that? What would happen if there was such a use?
We did discuss that, and Jeff, do you want to chime in over here?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That could be an issue, and I'm not familiar with how light itself is an expression of religion. I mean, I know how some churches light up crosses and whatnot, and I guess someone could argue that's a religious use of light.
It's an expression?
It's that's your. I mean, I guess that's possible. It gets tricky because when we start calling out religion for an exemption, then that begs the question, well, what about other expressive uses of light? Should they be also exempt? And so that's definitely an issue that we thought about, but my thought at this point was specifically exempting religious uses from lighting up structures could kind of open up a can of worms, because then you're treating religious expression differently than other expression that's also potentially entitled to First Amendment rights. So I guess I'm not giving you any answers. It's a complicated issue, and we'd have to address it on a case-by-case basis, and we obviously wouldn't apply the ordinance in a situation where we would be violating someone's First Amendment rights.
Thank you.
Commissioner White.
It's a most excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know that I think of my house. I live in unincorporated Ojai, and bought a house 3 years ago with my wife, and I know that listening to your presentation that we have a couple of lights in our front yard that are non-compliant and will do if I turn them on. We don't usually turn them on, but if we do, the light trespass certainly extends to my neighbors. And my neighbors across the street also have lights that trespass into our yard and in our house if the blinds are open. And I know that I'm understanding that we will have 1 year to make changes to these lights. And my concern would be education. And I hear you mention some aspects of education. It will be very important to communicate to all the property owners in the Ojai MAC that this is upon us. I think it's a great idea. I'm a big supporter of the idea. I'll tell a little story. My niece lives in Virginia, grew up in Santa Paula, but now lives in Virginia, greater D.C. area, and came to visit our ranch on Rincon Mountain some years back with her children. And it was a beautiful moonless night, clear skies, and her children had never seen the stars. And so it was their first time in their lives where they could walk outside and look up and see the stars. And in fact, the Milky Way was very prominent that night. I'm a big supporter, but I am concerned that we do a good job of education to get the word around.
Commissioner Armstrong.
It was a very fine presentation, very detailed. I should push the chair.
I was congratulating you on the presentation and the
Thank
amount of
you.
work and detail involved in all of this. I would like you to summarize for me what exists now in terms of regulation regarding lighting, certainly in all the CUPs that we get involved in, where there's lights an issue, there are conditions and et cetera imposed, and I'm assuming that street lights and, you know, any industrial, commercial, that lighting will be controlled through a CUP process. What's already out there is what I'm asking you, restricting and trying to help this situation.
I do know that there are, say, lighting plans that are required if you're in the scenic resource protection overlay zone, and at that point, we have policies that talk about limiting spillover beyond the property lines. We do have general policies that do talk about that. There are parking area lightings that is required to be fully cut off, shielded fixtures already, which have limited foot candles at the base for security purposes. So there are lighting plans that are developed for certain discretionary projects if they are in certain zones itself, to make sure that they don't limit beyond the property line itself, the trespass or spillover, as they call it, or
I would
minimize
assume
glare.
most commercial and industrial developments within the county area would have some sort of restrictions on lighting and impose the kinds of things that you're talking about, don't they? Already?
They do. What this one goes beyond is probably including specifications for the kind of lighting, whether it is lumens and lighting intensity, and not just having spillover beyond it, because the purpose was to be able to limit the amount of glare and reduce the amount of excessive lighting. And that was the purpose of the zone itself, to be able to see the stars and still keep security. So we had to balance it. And we looked at the existing requirements, and they generally say that they would like to minimize glare and limit spillover from adjacent into adjoining properties, but there are no specific limits. There are no specific requirements for intensity itself. So, and we do have freestanding light fixtures which have certain standards, like in terms of heights, but when you're looking at walkway, driveway lighting, you're looking at something where you don't need light shining into your eyes, so we have limits based accordingly. So we just went a step ahead to achieve the purpose of the zone.
Well, I agree with Commissioner White that this is a laudable goal. I'm just struck by the technicalities involved. The exceptions and exemptions almost seem to qualify and invite problems of enforcement, of neighboring complaints, etc. And I don't know if that can be avoided, but it seems to me quite problematic. And I don't know if the code enforcement people are ready to take on a new array of complaints. I doubt if we're hiring anybody new for this, are we?
Well, this is going to be complaint-based. We did try and get information from the city of Ojai as to once they had passed their ordinance, if they had, and we haven't been able to speak with them yet. But we really wanted to know how much, when we heard at the MAC meetings, was that the biggest complaints generally seem to be from residences which were right around the commercial corridors. It didn't really seem that there were big complaints that were expected in larger rural areas which were outside. So this is something we would have to see. And this ordinance was sent to the code compliance section to make sure that they knew what we were wanting to weave in, and they provided comments too, and they were fine.
Those of us who live in the county who have businesses, ranches, farms, valuable equipment, et cetera, are most concerned with security, and all of us have lighting to protect our equipment and security. Most of us have been subject to one form of theft or another, and all of us with any consequence, with any structures of consequence or property, have lighting, and I'm sure all of us will be in violation. And, the kind of lighting I'm talking about is pretty persuasive in areas. And would you once again explain to me security and what exemptions or exceptions exist for security in situations like that?
Sure. Security lighting We do understand that it's important and it is necessary for business owners as well as residences. So we did increase the amount of light intensity that security lighting could be allowed. So whereas everything else has 850 lumens, security lighting can go up to 2600 lumens. Think about so 850 lumens is
Well,
similar.
you're talking about a light fixture, but there will be a series of light fixtures.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll call it a compound, for instance, around an equipment yard or something like that. So you won't just have one or two lights.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have and so is there a cumulative situation that gets us in trouble?
Well, the cumulative one would probably be the light trespass section. So if all of your cumulative lighting together does not trespass beyond a certain property and does not go beyond that 0.25, which is a higher foot candle limit as compared to the residential one, which is 0.1, if it doesn't go beyond that, then it would be I suppose that would be fine. And as long as these security lights are on motion sensors and they have an activation time of 10 minutes, which is fairly large too. So it is allowed brighter lighting. We have not limited the number of lights over here, which was one idea, but we did not. And we understand that security would be important for those sites. We do have a caveat that if you have commercial industrial sites, it could be the light trespass limits could also be specified by the permit if it wanted to go beyond 0.25.
Okay. Well, my concern is with the complication.
Mm-hmm.
And as Commissioner White said, education is key.
Yes.
I'm also concerned about vested right to individuals who put in lighting plans that have been approved, and now we're going to ask them to change them. I don't know what the authority is for that. I guess I don't agree with county council about what we can do or how often we can do it or the mechanism for doing it. I'm concerned that the exceptions and the exemptions so modify everything that everybody will be in a state of confusion, and the code enforcement people are going to have their hands full in the Ojai Valley. That's all.
Oh, and Commissioner Onstadt, yeah, thanks for the vested rights follow-up. My answer before wasn't the best. I'll put it that way. And the ordinance has been evolving even over the last day, and so I was kind of caught flat-footed on that. But in terms of vested rights, the answer I gave you wasn't accurate because I was thinking in context of non-conforming uses, and I'm not exactly sure what's out there in terms of lighting plans under existing permits. I have heard that there are a number of commercial industrial sites that are legal non-conforming, so that they went into existence before the permitting requirement, so they have no permit. And so the answer I gave you was kind of focused on non-conforming, so we can require legal non-conforming lights to upgrade over that phase-in period. But you're right, in terms of vested rights and permits, that's where you have to get into the weeds, because if a permit does have, and I'm not sure how prevalent this is, I don't know if this is recent or this issue hasn't been on my radar. If a permit has a lighting plan, like we're talking about, and it's specific about what lights the permittee can have, then then we can't just require the permittee to phase in over 3 years. The onus would be on us basically to establish that the existing lighting is a public nuisance, and that's a basic standard that would allow us to modify the permit, and so we would have to go through that process. And so I haven't even thought about whether we could make that finding in terms of any specific lighting. And so we would need a trigger like that, either that or the permittee would have to come in and request their own modification or time extension that would basically open the permit back up. But you're right, in terms of vested rights, there'll be a lot of situations where it's difficult, or it'll be time consuming for the county to make permittees upgrade their lights. And then there could be other permits, and again, I don't know the facts, where there is no mention of a lighting plan, and I could imagine old permits don't even really think about lighting. And so the vested rights doctrine says that you have a vested right in something that's spelled out in the permit. And so if the permit doesn't mention lighting specifically, then my initial thought is we would have more leeway to make those permittees upgrade because they wouldn't necessarily have a vested right in what they had. So in my mind, that would be more like a non-conforming use. But, you know, bottom line is you're right, the vested rights that permittees have will definitely be a constraint in making everyone change over within, 3 years or any amount of time. And so we'll have to give that more thought and maybe tweak the ordinance a little bit to recognize that. But thanks for mentioning it.
You indicated you would think that the majority of the complaints, if any, would come from uses adjacent to residential, the industrial or commercial, the gas stations, et cetera. Are those generally under conditional use permits, discretionary permits in the county? Like a gas station, for instance, that you might have some authority over?
Commissioner Onsett, yes, typically there would be a discretionary permit in place. Usually those are, I believe, our planned development permits that we see out there. However, I am aware that in the Miners Oaks area along El Roblar, there are a lot of legal nonconforming uses that are out there without the benefit of a discretionary permit currently.
Okay. So the worst offenders then for light trespass are commercial and industrial adjacent to residential, immediately adjacent. Is that correct? That's what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't be able to comment on who the worst offenders are because we haven't done a survey or I can tell you that from my experience managing the condition compliance program in the planning division that concerns from residents related to lighting at shopping centers and at other commercial establishments along Highway 33 were fairly common.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Kessler.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. Pratika, again, very, very well done presentation. Thank you. This is an area that I'm all too familiar with what I do for a living, which is managing industrial commercial real estate. And then my husband is an electrician, so I see that type of lighting on a regular basis and know it quite well. I have quite a few questions for you.
Okay.
First thing I would like to understand is how overreaching is this ordinance above Title 24 compliance issues already?
So Title 24 generally talks about, they have requirements for backlighting, uplighting, and glare, which is based off of lighting zones that were developed by the state. Mm-hmm. And so what they mainly talk, and what they have is that, if I'm not wrong, over 15,000 square feet of any non-residential property requires to have a cumulative lighting output, which mm-hmm. is measured in wattage. Mm-hmm. So they have certain watts of how much is allowed on the entire site. Mm-hmm. Anything below that, they do not have any jurisdiction. They do not look at the maximum heights that are required. They do have certain setbacks based on the backlighting, uplighting, and glare requirements mm-hmm. itself. So when we did talk at length with the building division, to make sure that we were not replicating anything or have anything in conflict with the Title 24 requirements.
So if a building owner has already spent a tremendous amount of money to upgrade to Title 24 compliance, then we're going to now, in 3 years, force them to spend more money to comply with this ordinance. Is that correct? I would not be able to tell you certainly as to how much they would need to comply. What we have added in as requirements, which are like for shielding, some may already, it depends on what they may have out of compliance. Some of these are as easy as changing a light bulb, mm-hmm. and some of these could be a little more included. They do, however, they're required to use high efficacy lighting, which is required by Title 24, which also has efficacy ratings on those light boxes themselves. So to a large, I wouldn't be able to understand as to how much of compliance would be needed, but yes, there may be a bit that might be required in terms of lumens or color requirements. Okay, and then let's talk about kelvins, because my husband kind of gave me a little bit of education about this last night.
Okay.
So one of the big issues we have, and all of us are suffering from it, is security issues and break-ins and trespassing on property, and it's going on constantly, and the cost of dealing with it right now has become exorbitant, especially on business owners. One of the things that we are encouraged to do is put in security cameras, and that is by our police department. Now, security cameras rely upon kelvins to detect color.
So if you limit the amount of kelvins, now you change whether or not that camera can pick up colors such as red. Now maybe it's going to say it was a gray truck instead of a red truck, which impedes police potentially finding out who the suspect may have been. Has that been addressed? Have you had meetings to address this? Let's put it that way.
We did have a comment at some point about infrared lighting, and I do remember looking into it as to where the infrared or the red lighting falls on the spectrum of the kelvins, and it's all the way at the lower level, which is under 3,000 Kelvin. Mm-hmm. We did not specifically talk about the Kelvin requirement or the maximum requirement for security cameras and for picking that up. That we did not. But I do know that the red lighting is all the way towards the lower end of the spectrum.
So question, did you have a good turnout of business owners, security companies, electricians, people that could give you some guidance on how this might impact especially the business community and security?
We had a few comments, but we did not have a huge number of people which were business owners or so at the MAC meetings.
Yeah, it would seem that would be an appropriate place to start when you're going to impose so much overreaching regulation on people, especially when it's in an area that's already developed or zoned and approved for development, and now it seems we're impeding both residents and businesses from being able to enjoy their homes lighted up if they need to for security purposes, including their businesses. And I speak, unfortunately, from a lot of experience with tremendous issues with my tenants and security. And this really does create, I think, a problem. And I think it needs to be identified a lot further than creating this ordinance that imposes so many regulations and potentially creates problems for people and businesses. I look at my tenants who work all hours of the night. They need lighting, and the minute the lights go out, I get a phone call because there is a security risk. And then we as the property owner become liable for that. So it just concerns me I don't really think I understand the urgency on getting this done so quickly without further research. And I'd kind of like to hear from others in the audience about it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to dovetail on Commissioner Kessley's comments. We're talking about the Ojai Valley, obviously. We're talking about the Ojai Valley, obviously, non-coastal zoning ordinances. But these apply countywide in the non-coastal zoning ordinance. Is that correct? The lighting requirements here?
No, this is purely for the Ojai Valley MAC
I
area.
know that's what we're talking about here. Do we have anything in place for the non-coastal zoning ordinances relates to lighting, either residential or commercial? I mean, Commissioner Onstad, spoke to his situation. Is there a requirement on property owners, be they commercial or residential, to amend or replace their lighting under county ordinances to comply with this issue?
So, Commissioner Rodriguez, if I'm understanding your question, you're asking what does the county have in place right now outside of this area or just in general?
Well, specifically outside the Ojai area.
So in general right now, this is the ordinance that the board has directed us to write just for this area of the county right now. We also have coming forward that Supervisor Parks has asked us to write, and the board has agreed, a dark sky ordinance in the Santa Monica Mountains. So these are two areas that we're looking at specifically. In general, if you're a residential building, you follow Title 24 for residential or commercial. So there already is a law that's regulating lighting, but not to this extent, right? And so if you're trying to get to darker skies, you have to do more than Title 24, and that was the exercise that we were asked to write in this ordinance. So, and then also, if you have a discretionary permit, such as in the scenic resource protection overlay for a single-family home, we would take a really hard look at lighting in that area because there's specifics in the ordinance that is telling us why it's in the scenic resource protection, and one of those is to keep that area more natural. So, but outside of those two, through a discretionary permit, through the scenic resource protection in Title 24, that's the regulatory structure that we have in place right now. This ordinance would go beyond that. And just to speak very briefly to the issue of Ojai, so the city of Ojai has had a dark sky ordinance in place for a number of years. And when we first started this project, we went up to the city and had a conversation with the city manager and asked how that was going, because we were also wondering what the enforcement arm would look like. And at that time, anecdotally, he had said that he didn't really recall receiving more than a handful of complaints. So it is a complaint-driven system, although if we adopt an ordinance, I don't expect the phones are going to ring off the hook. There's still a neighbor-to-neighbor, having those conversations. And so I don't anticipate that to happen, because it didn't happen in the city. It hasn't happened with other jurisdictions. And like Rachita said when she started out, we're really taking the long view on this. We're not expecting a big change overnight. We're hoping in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, right, that that we could regulate the lighting so that people could enjoy the night sky, which was the assignment that we were given to do.
Okay, well, thank you. I see issues even within this area concerning about compliance as it deals with security and safety, public safety, specifically residential areas, because there are many areas in the county, residential specifically, where street lighting is minimal, if existent at all, and residents take it upon themselves to put exterior lighting beyond their door on garages. From personal experience, in my previous occupation, I used to work nights, and I used to drive through unincorporated residential areas in the county, and I welcomed a lot of lighting that trespassed beyond the property lines because there was non-existent street lighting. Residents took it upon themselves and started with one and went on down the block and beyond the immediate area that I was in. They would put in, mount to usually a garage, front of a garage, commercial type lighting that lit their house and the two houses on either side of them, not to mention some illumination across the street. And I've talked to people back then, and for the most part, almost without exclusion, everybody was comfortable with that because there was no street lighting. And as Commissioner Kessler said, we're dealing with, unfortunately, with issues that occur at night that wouldn't occur otherwise, and illumination has helped to some degree to suppress that, or suppress the tendency to take advantage of somebody's vulnerability. So it'll be interesting to see how what county does as far as educating the public just across the board on the need to try to deal with these lighting issues beyond the Ojai Valley.
Let me go a little further on that. We had recently during the fire, okay, we didn't see a fire engine for 3 days. Hell, I didn't even know where we were, okay. There's total absence of lighting out there. It's hard for emergency vehicles, especially firemen from other counties coming to assist, but even the local guys. And it's hard for the ambulance people to find and locate people, or the sheriff's office to locate. When you live in the country like most of us do that are in the country, we look to ourselves first, quite frankly, for home protection and everything else, and there's a reason for that. And so, yeah, I'm a little worried too. People are grateful to see a light every once in a while. and we probably have more lighting than we really need in some instances, but doing away with a significant amount of lighting in rural areas causes police problems, public safety problems. I don't know how many people had the same situation I did with the fire, and fire engines didn't know where we were, couldn't find us. So it's a real security issue as far as I'm concerned, both for businesses in terms of theft and other things, but also for public safety issues, police, fire.
Commissioner Onsat, may I say a few words on that?
Beg your pardon?
May I say a few words on that issue of security? As far as the streetlights, we have exempted them from this ordinance, so there's no, you would have the same streetlights whether the ordinance passes or not. And then as far as security, we've included some provisions in there so that security lighting is in many ways exempt, right? It's exempt from the requirement for dark hours. And if the lighting level is less than 850 lumens, they don't even need to put a motion sensor or a timer on it. If it's more than 850 lumens, which security lighting is allowed to go up to 2600 lumens, which is actually quite bright, and there's no restriction on the amount of security lighting that you're allowed to have on your site, then the motion sensor and the timer is a requirement. So we've tried to make provisions in the ordinance, understanding that security is a very important issue for residents in the unincorporated areas, and so I guess my hope is that we've struck the right balance by trying to allow as much security lighting as possible, at the same time regulating some of the excessive lighting and glare that is preventing people from seeing the night sky in the evening after 10 o'clock.
I appreciate it. It's a very complicated issue.
Thank you,
Mr. Kessley.
Thank you, Tricia. I do have a question for you. The 2600 lumens is really a necessary, unfortunately, evil for protecting our residents and our businesses. And unfortunately, with motion sensor, what a lot of police departments have adopted to start using is something, and I don't know, in CME it's called SafeCam. And they're actually relying upon adjacent properties to capture images of potential suspects in burglaries and break-ins and so on. And if you've got motion sensor lighting, I think that's going to probably prove to be a problem for the cameras to pick up cars traveling on the street, people running from property to property, and that's what some of the police departments I know of are relying upon. They've actually come to the businesses and residences to ask us to be a part of that program. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering how that would impact.
Commissioner Kessley, I do know, because I do have security lighting on my own property, and I do have a motion sensor and detector that allows me to determine the length, the how far out, the width of my motion sensor detector, because in the beginning when we set it up, it was too far out, so every time someone was walking a dog across the street, it was setting it off. And so there is security lighting that would allow some sort of flexibility there. Obviously, that may not be exactly what everyone has installed today. But I would hope that at least moving forward with new and replaced lighting, there'd be the potential to purchase security lighting that would fit both the context of the program that you're describing from the police department, and would also mesh with what's being proposed here in the ordinance for the Ojai Valley MAC area.
Doesn't it warrant further study and investigation before we adopt an ordinance that has specifics in it that could possibly compromise the ability for these types of programs to exist?
Commissioner Kessley, I would say that I wasn't aware of this particular program, and so we would have to, it would be helpful for us. We did send this, actually we did discuss and send this ordinance over to our own police department for review. And so they fully reviewed it, and I don't know if you, Richita, have any comments regarding that.
Yeah, they did have a comment which was related to that if it was possible for us to weave in that if there was any lighting that was identified as that is required for security purposes, or that would be related to crime, then those would there be a mechanism for us to identify those as essential lighting, or those that are required for security? So it was beyond the purview of the ordinance itself. It was more from the sheriff's department, where they said that if they had ideas that said that this kind of lighting is going to deter crime, then could we weave in a version for that? And I don't know if Jeff wants to maybe weigh in on how we discussed his comment at that point, which was related to what if there is any lighting which is shown that it's going to deter crime, then could we exempt that, and could we add it on later into the ordinance from the sheriff's department?
Well, there's an exemption for, I guess it's not a total exemption for security lighting, right?
No, we have currently security lighting is essential lighting, so it can remain on at all times, whether it's new or
Oh, that's right,
existing.
yeah.
But we do have the motion sensor requirement, which is for if it's over 850 lumens, then it would be required to be on motion sensors. But if it's under 850 lumens, it can remain on all the time, and it doesn't need to be turned off at all.
Right, so if the lighting doesn't meet those requirements, then you'd have to amend the ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make just a general comment as it relates to lighting and public safety, I guess. Having experience in that area, and since we're talking about the sheriff's department, they contract with 5 cities in the county. A few cities are fortunate enough to have, I forget what the title is now, community service officers that deal with issues within the city, and they work concurrently with their respective cities' building and safety. So as construction comes forward, plans come forward, they're given the opportunity, much like fire does, to review the project and make recommendations as it relates to landscaping, lighting, directional lighting, those types of things, and/or cameras. I'd be surprised if all the 5 contract cities have similar funded officers specifically for related to community service projects like that. When those projects come in, I suspect that they go to the supervisor at the station, who may or may not do it himself, but rather would assign it out to somebody to review and get back to them so it can be returned back to the city. And those people, generally speaking, don't have the expertise or knowledge and awareness of what's required in the permit. I can, again, personal knowledge, recall when I had a couple of those come past my desk, and I just kind of review it and look at it. It looks all right. I don't see any problems or issues. But from an administrative standpoint, I as a person didn't have the knowledge or expertise to start whipping out comments and recommendations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's just the way it was done back then. It's improved considerably. I guess I have similar comments or concerns whether there's still an area there that's impacted by the ordinance as it relates to public safety and security, and whether we might want to, we would recommend as a commission to planning to explore this before it's forwarded to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. Commissioner White.
Yeah, I got to pick up on what you just said, and from what I'm hearing, and I know we still have public to testify here and deliberations after that, but just a preliminary thought that it seems like while there's no opposition that I hear to the idea of letting Ojai have a dark sky ordinance, there are concerns about security, and of course we don't want to do anything that creates a security problem or a safety problem, and maybe the path forward would be to continue this and involve sheriff department and the fire department and have their input before we vote on this and before this goes to the board.
Armstrong.
I think there are enough exceptions and exemptions. I see where staff has done its best to take into consideration lots of variables, including security, and I'm mindful of what you told me and the explanations. I guess I'd feel better about the whole situation if I understood what the educational program would be, or how we're going to inform the community, whether we have people designated or will have someone designated as the liaison with the MAC or whoever on these issues to educate the people regarding the exceptions, exemptions, and issues. And that person, how would we do that? I mean, I understand you want to have some sort of reach out, and I don't know if that's public meetings or what it is, but
Are we prepared to dedicate a person or persons?
Commissioner Onsite, yes, we have given some thought to the public education aspect of this because that will be critical. It'll absolutely be critical to the implementation of this ordinance. And so we've actually assembled quite a long list of things that we intend to do, including going out to, the local Earth Day fair to help educate folks, and we're going to be creating a special brochure. We have a story map right now on our website that sort of walks people through in a very elementary way what the aspects of the ordinance are.
How about a human being that someone has recourse to after they've gone through all of that? Are we going to designate somebody to be
Well, that will
our
probably be
expert?
Rachita. She will be our expert.
Will she
and
handle
available.
complaints? Will she handle issues?
Well, in the beginning, the way it works when we develop an ordinance in the planning division is that the person who develops the ordinance automatically becomes the expert who is assisting the co-compliance department, the counter planners who are answering questions from the public, and anyone else. And that usually goes on for several years because that person is the one that has the most information. And in this case, we recognize that we not only have to be out there in kind of the public realm more than we would be normally, but we're going to have to individually notify residents and commercial and industrial businesses. We plan to have a big public workshop to invite them to that so that we can walk through. All of this is pretty confusing. There's no doubt about it. I was myself, there was quite a learning curve to come up to speed on all of this. And so it's going to require us really trying to simplify it into terms people can understand and getting out there as much as possible so that they're aware of it and, well before the deadlines occur, the 3 years for the commercial industrial and then the 1 year for the residential, the existing residential. So that's all part of what we intend to do. And I think in addition, and they can speak to it when they come up for the public comments, but the Ojai Valley Coalition is also interested in helping partner with us as far as getting the word out on what these regulations are. And they've done that for the city of Ojai fairly successfully after they passed their ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't envy you. I recognize the amount of work and effort you put into it. It was a clear, succinct presentation. I apologize for the interruptions, but it's pretty technical, and we're trying to absorb without having to go back.
The saving grace, it's obviously job security for you.
Well, that's true. That's true.
No, this
Thank you
was definitely a very technical project to have. And
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's okay.
Okay, it's time to open up the hearing to public comment. I have speaker cards. Number one will be Lynn Jensen, followed by Deborah Pendray.
Good morning. Can I ask that we have the one luminosity map brought up on the screen that had the area of Los Angeles on it? Is that possible? Before I start.
One of the first two or three on it that we saw today.
Yes. Can we hold the time here too? Are we going to be limited to 3 minutes since there's not very many of us? Okay,
No.
thank you. Yeah, keep going. There were three maps. Oh, right there. Well, let's see. Okay, that one right there. That's perfect. Okay. No, I really only need this. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was a great discussion you had. Very much appreciate it. I just want to start by saying that there was an article in the commission packet from the Star that talks about remote national parks like Lake Powell and Rainbow Bridge area national monument. And I have to say, my family, we go to Lake Powell every year, and we go to these monuments, and they're beautiful, and the dark sky is beautiful. But the Mac area is not a national park. And it has agricultural areas, residences, businesses, and the crime and homelessness are real issues in the valley, particularly to commercial businesses. A dark sky overlay zone would need to ensure the ability that residents can protect their families and properties from crime. and also allow people to enjoy their properties that they've moved out to, especially in these remote areas, at night in the Ojai Valley. Actually, after hearing the presentation and hearing the discussion, I really think that this decision is premature, and it's somewhat upside down, because you see the number of people that are here, and the reason for that is nobody knows about this. And I think that the problem is that we're putting the cart before the horse. We're making the decision and then saying we're going to educate people, when I think that they were even changing the ordinance today or last night. It's not fully baked, and I don't think that we fully understand what the Sheriff's Department thinks about this, what the lighting regulations should be. I think there's a way to make this work, but I think trying to make a decision too soon is going to be difficult, and I really think that, especially the part about the commercial businesses, we need to have those guys in the room. They need to know that this is coming, and I would say from the 2 MAC meetings and APAC, there were really no public there. There was no general public talking about this or having anything to say about this. I think that the regulations on light trespass are going to create more neighbor disputes. It's going to have planning be out there, code enforcement. And is this an appropriate use of staff time for code enforcement when there's all these other issues countywide? So I wanted to bring up a couple of issues, too, that weren't discussed, and one of them is related to horse facilities. As you know, Ojai is this amazing place where there's a lot of people who have horses. They have arenas, they have horse corrals, and the way the language is written is that the horse corrals are included in the section of recreational facility. Horse corrals are not a recreational facility, and they really shouldn't be noted in there. And then also, the rules for lighting of these equestrian arenas are part of the outdoor recreational facilities, and they say they shall not be illuminated between 10 p.m. and sunrise except to complete an organized event. Well, most of these arenas are not used at night for an organized event. They're used for people because it's very warm, it's very hot in Ojai in the summer times, so they go out there and they work out with their horses. It's part of their, it's recreation, but it's also their workout, and it's a workout for the horses as well because it's too hot during the day. So I think there needs to be some language in there to accommodate that. And then with respect to large parcels, we particularly are concerned about large parcels, these areas that are out in the remote areas. And that's the reason why I wanted to show this luminescence map here. And you can see that the area that's light blue out there in the ocean, that is luminescence. That is the lighting, the background lighting that comes from the city of Oxnard, the city of Ventura, and as you go down south, of course, the city of Los Angeles, and extends up around the Ojai area. And so the reality is the people's lighting that you can see outside those existing communities along Highway 33 is truly background levels. They're just not contributing much to the overall lighting in the valley. And they're not going to be contributing because these parcels are so large and they're so spaced. And I think there is a concern that when you're driving out there, there's no lighting. It's dangerous already. And then to say that all lighting that's over 850 lumens, which is a 60-watt bulb, needs to be on a motion sensor, I mean, that makes no sense. Motion sensors are difficult to install. When it went to APAC, the APAC members said that they didn't support motion sensors because it requires electricians to adjust them if you have good ones. They're difficult to install and they're difficult to manage. And we really need to have, particularly your discussion about cameras. We just put cameras on our house. They have to have a certain amount of light to be effective. And I was actually involved in a robbery in Belgium with friends of ours in Belgium, and they had these security lights coming on and off while the people were going back and forth. It was very hard to figure out what happened there, and it was hard to identify the perpetrators. So I think that's one point that's important here. And so I'm not sure about the residential communities and the existing communities. A lot of them have street lighting. But with respect to these remote parcels, we really do not believe that they should be limited to 850 lumen 60-watt bulbs without motion sensors on their equipment yards and areas of their property that are remote. And keep in mind that most of these places, they can't rely on public safety officials to be there when there's an emergency. They're going to make a call, and it's going to be too late. So light is very important for security, even in the Ojai Valley. And also, we have had some discussions about these motion timer lights being disruptive to animals because when they walk up to them, they turn on. And also birds that fly by, again, these motion sensors turn on. So I know that the language of the ordinance says that there's an exemption for essential lighting, but there isn't really any exemption for essential lighting except for in the existing lighting section. There's no exemption for essential lighting in the general standards. And so I'm not sure whether it applies going forward or only backwards. That's something to think about. If we wanted to exempt these large properties, the Planning Commission staff report says that the agricultural exclusive zones are only 3% of the area. And I think open space is only 9% of the total of Ojai MAC. So it would be probably easy to exempt them from some of these recommendations and at least allow them to have the 2,600 lumens for their security lights without motion sensors to deter crime. And especially, we really think there needs to be more community outreach here to have people understand this before it goes to the vote. Thank you.
Questions? No? Thank you. Deborah Pendray. I think I pronounced that correctly. Followed by Nick Frank.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez. Other commissioners, my name is Deborah Pendry. I do chair the Ojai Valley Green Coalition Dark Skies Committee. We've been an active committee since 2008, educating the Ojai Valley community on the effects of light pollution and the easy ways to manage and improve the artificial light we do need and use. Pollution is defined as the presence in or introduction into the environment of a substance or thing that has harmful or poisonous effects. We used to dump all kinds of liquids and solids into our waterways, and we called it water pollution. Then came the Federal Clean Water Act and local regulations, and our water is better. We used to spew all kinds of chemicals and gases into our air, into our atmosphere, and we called it air pollution. Then came the Federal Clean Air Act and local regulations, and our air is better. Noise pollution, soil contamination. At the start of the Industrial Revolution, it was a free-for-all, and we were ignorant. The last 100 years, we've learned the hard way. We can't do anything we want, anytime we want, as individuals, communities, governments, and indeed as species. In the last 20 years or so, we've started paying attention to something called light pollution. The science is there, and this thing called artificial light is harmful. The International Dark Sky Association, backed by research and science, has actually been working on the issue of light pollution since 1988. Their expert staff reviewed the ordinance before you and had this to say. The proposed Ventura County Ojai ordinance is in line with municipal codes all over the United States and incorporates many outdoor lighting best practices, which have survived robust legal challenges. It is far from the most restrictive ordinance out there, and the most far from the restrictive that the IDA would imagine and like to see in our communities. The Ojai Valley Green Coalition supports the Dark Sky Overlay Zone Ordinance as a great starting point to preserve our ever-important night sky. It gives backbone to our educational outreach, and it gives guidance to anyone or any business that uses outdoor lighting. And we have to remember that a dark sky is not a dark ground. We're not talking about no lighting. We're talking about appropriate lighting where we need it, when we need it, and in the amount we need. Does the Ojai Valley have a lot of light pollution? No, not now. Most of our light pollution actually comes from Los Angeles. That's how bright that county is. But what we have to do, like we do in so many environmental challenges and issues, is connect the dots, i.e. the communities. So our community is connected to Ventura County as a whole, which is connected to the Los Angeles County. And we have to work together and work off of principles along with the actual environmental issue as we move forward and we learn about these different challenges that come up with the different things that we do as humans. So I do want to just point out, as you've had conversations, some things that have come up. One of them is the good neighbor thing. That's a big one. Probably the number one call that we get as an organization are a neighbor's lights coming into someone's bedroom, and it disrupts their sleep. They have to spend a lot of money getting blackout shades or things of that nature. So what we do as an organization is we have a great brochure that we mail out to folks, and just conveniently and nicely trying to share with them the information for their consideration. The International Dark Sky Association, IDA, does have a plethora of resources for folks. They even have a good neighbor letter that you can stick in your name and have conversations with your neighbors about this. That's just good neighbor. Light trespass is a term that's been used for the last 30 years. It's very common. It's an appropriate word, and we all should be thinking, we don't even need an ordinance for that. I mean, to be good neighbors with folks and not trespassing and causing havoc for them, whether it be light or any other thing. Persimmon Hills, a very upscale community in the city of Ojai. And a particular person had a neighbor who was not willing to change their lighting. Took them to court, won. They changed their HOA language, and in fact, to me, it's as good as an ordinance could be. It's so well defined legally now, their homeowners association on your property lighting, and it was because of a legal challenge to get someone to correct their lighting. So we're used to triggers. I live in Oakview. I live on a dark road. We don't have crime. The crime has not gone up in Ojai. If it has by little amounts, then it's not due to lighting. The police chief there is at city council meetings all the time. He hears me talking about this. We've communicated. He's asked to see the county ordinance. The county has a home residential security checklist for folks. There's about 15 items on it. 3 or 4 of them deal with lighting, and we're actually going to be working with them just to reword it a little bit so that it has the overarching sense of being dark sky friendly in the way that it talks about security. Security and safety, a big one, for sure. But here's the deal. We've created a culture around excessive light, thinking that that gives us safety and security. The research and the science is not backing that up. We actually had an IDA representative come to the city council, and he set up light, a traditional security light, turned off the lights, you couldn't see his face. He put his hand over the light, you could see his face. So what the research is showing us is that when we're overlighting, we're actually creating shadows for criminals to stand in and not be seen. So appropriate lighting is actually increasing our security and safety when we use it correctly. Security cameras, that's new technology. I mean, when we have new ordinances and new situations, technology has to change. LEDs until very recently were always over 3,000 kelvins, and that was our complaint. Great, LEDs save energy. They're not dark sky friendly. We're putting ourselves back to where we started, step 1 on this. Now they've created the technology to bring the LEDs down to 3,000. And in fact, as you might know, the county's working with Edison right now to start converting county light poles because Edison owns them. To bring them into a more dark sky friendly fixture, they're going to have LEDs, and they made very specific requests that the kelvins be 3,000, and in fact, I think they're working at the 2,700 level. Once the county has some examples up, the city is going to look at those, and then we'll also be working, the city of Ojai will be working to start converting Edison light poles to be more dark sky friendly and at the 2,700 Kelvin level. So again, the planning commissioner, local realtor, she told a story at the commissioner meeting that she lost a sale. She was with folks, they were looking at a house, they loved it, they were pretty much ready to buy. They went there at night to kind of check it all out. Neighbor across the street's light was glaring. They walked away from the house. That's her personal story that she shared as a planning commissioner and a realtor. So that's about it. We did go to Earth Day, and I was extremely pleased. Like 95, 98% of the people we talked to, they were all up on it. They understood what light pollution was and the importance of not creating that and being dark sky friendly. So that was very, very promising for us and hopeful. So that's about it. The only thing else I would say, you might have recently read an article released by the Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business, I guess more commonly known as CoLab. It wasn't very flattering or supportive of this ordinance. The International Dark Sky was generous enough to kind of basically give a rebuttal paragraph by paragraph, and I'm glad to get that information to the commissioners if you'd like to see that. Thank you.
I have a question
Wait,
of
I have
you.
a question.
Commissioner White.
Deborah, you were involved with the Ojai Dark Sky program, City of Ojai.
Yes.
And so, the concern that I've been hearing here is security is the biggest concern. What interaction has happened within the City of Ojai program with the sheriff? I understand the sheriff handles police services in the City of Ojai. What has the sheriff said about this?
Well, they are in general very supportive of it, and other than that, they haven't seen, there's not really an increase in calls to them and or the city for enforcement. So the thing is, they already had an ordinance in place. So what the ordinance that they approved 5 years ago was basically an upgrade. It kind of brought it up to the 21st century with the terms, definition of terms. It did tighten a little bit, but they already had ordinances in place where you had to turn off at 10 o'clock. You had to be shielded on your porch lights. So they did not, the sheriff nor the city saw a large, if any, increase in complaints about a neighbor's lighting or anything. And the trick for the city is that they've subcontracted a code enforcer that I believe travels in from Bakersfield. So he's not there at night. So that's a challenge just in and of itself, not just the lighting issues. Yeah, there hasn't been a big change.
Okay. Another question, Commissioner Dukas.
Hi. I'm wondering, are you familiar at all with the Thatcher School and their astronomy program?
Oh yeah, we work with Dr. Swift. He's the astrophysicist that runs that, and he's brought that whole program and the observatory back up to, it's now active, and they're getting a lot of funding. So he actually, unfortunately, we've been doing this 10 years. He wasn't there 10 years ago, but 5 years ago, he created or maybe it was 3 years ago, an actual light base for us using the observatory and other sky image equipment he has. So he's created a base for us to start seeing, how our outreach and the ordinance is making a difference in the community. So he actually comes to our committee meetings. We're working with the students on projects. They are in the process of upgrading their lighting. They're starting with the horse stables to get those in compliance by being shielded and not so bright. And the gentleman who manages the horse program, I don't know why it didn't occur to him, but he was actually saying, oh yeah, we need to do this. This is a great thing. That overlighting, excess lighting is actually detrimental to the horses. So he's finding that it's important. We also know that it's detrimental to trees.
I want to follow up a little bit more about the astronomy program there. They did measure. I went to a lecture on sky glow that was held there, and he made a presentation. And I think you were there too. And he had actual measurements talking about the difference between controls and post controls in the city of Ojai, and he was talking about sky glow that comes from Santa Barbara and Los Angeles. Do you recall anything more that he said, that there was a difference after there were controls, or that these controls make no difference because we're impacted by Los Angeles and Santa Barbara anyway?
We will be able to do that. We haven't done what I would call an official second lighting image, because as he would also mention, you have to have kind of the exact same conditions, so you're comparing apples to apples. But we are affected, but I mean, we will be able to tell, and especially now that LA County in the rural areas has an ordinance. which is actually stricter than what we're suggesting for Ojai Valley here. So, and that was because they were seeing encroachment. And the horse owners and ranchers and people that live out in the rural area were getting very concerned about the encroachment. And so the LA County, as you probably already know, in the rural area, it already does have a very substantial ordinance. But we will be able to tell the difference, and I think we're actually going to see differences in those communities as, again, we're all becoming aware of and educated about the harmful impact of light pollution on humans, flora, fauna, and, you know, in general, our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner White.
One more point, the Green Coalition will be available to get the word out.
Yeah,
in
we
the
did
Ojai
that.
Valley.
We continue to do that. As I said, we've been active 10 years. It took about 5 years to get the ordinance passed through the city, mostly because we went through 3 community development directors, 2 city managers. So you're always kind of starting from scratch on issues. But yeah, the Sky Globe program she mentioned, we're the ones who actually hosted that and put that all together. We plan to do that again, but in the city area, so it's a little bit more convenient for folks. The city of Ojai sent a postcard out to all residents and businesses, a really nice postcard that pretty much bullet pointed the critical points that people needed to be aware of. So we write letters to the editor every month. We're constantly in the paper. So you've already got spillover into the Ojai, you know, the unincorporated area. Obviously what we do, people don't just come from this, you know, resident city for the letters to the editors and the articles and the presentations. So we're constantly doing educational. And we were, like I said, we were at Earth Day. We go to, you know, festivals and things of that nature. So it's like we're already doing it. It'd be nice for the whole valley to be. That's a challenge, too, for our community because we have 2 governing bodies. And as you may know, the city of Ojai was the only community in the county to pass a single-use carry-out bag ordinance until the state came, you know, up to it. So that made it really difficult for the valley-wide, but it would be great.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a quick break here. We've been at it for 2 hours now. Just to remind, and we'll continue with the speakers, Nick Frank, followed by Sean Bzowski and Jeffrey Stockweather. Just a reminder, anybody parked immediately adjacent behind us here, they have a time limit on that parking. You might, if you're there, you might want to consider going and moving your vehicle or at least checking your vehicle. I'd like to come back at 10:35. So we
takes a second for that camera to focus. If a vehicle's triggering it, it's going to be very difficult to get a good footage or a picture of what's going on. So we think that needs to be addressed in the language of this ordinance. A couple other issues. I learned for the first time today that there are height settings on these cameras, or on these lights. No higher than 15 feet when affixed to a building. Our barn is at least 40 feet high, and there's lights on the top of the barn that we would then have to take down. we are trying to illuminate our whole yard. We're not trying to illuminate a circular shape on our yard, just the doors of the barn, just the doors of the workshop. There is a lot of property out there in our yard that's going to be out in the corners, and we need that light to be able to protect irrigation pipe, tractors, all kinds of farming machinery. Community outreach, in my opinion, in our opinion, it really hasn't happened. The community needs to be educated on this issue before it goes all the way to the Board of Supervisors and we push something through that not enough people know about. Lighting as a deterrent suffers from when you attach motion sensors on there. If lighting is a deterrent, you want those lights to be on and shining, not off. If somebody sees a totally darkened yard, they're going to go up, if they have bad intentions, they're going to go up and check that yard out, and it's not until they're in the yard where they can see the property and they see what they could potentially be stealing in front of them, then the lights come on. That's too late. We try and use lighting as a deterrent out there in our security settings. And finally, I wanted to touch on something the previous speaker mentioned. I grow lemons and avocados as a profession, and to our knowledge, light is not detrimental to trees. So I would like to see the science behind that before we move forward with the assumption that lights are going to be hurting our trees or our tree crops. So that's all I've got. Thank you, guys. Yes.
Your ranch is located where?
So we are outside of the Ojai Mac area. We're actually on Olivas Park Drive in unincorporated county land, but we're afraid that this is going to set a dangerous precedent that's going to open it up, and then this dark skies overlay zone might be applied to the greater county in general, and that's something that we're trying to prevent.
But you're not in the Ojai Mac?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean? Sean Posadzki.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, I wanted to thank staff for the good job they did incorporating a lot of the issues and concerns that have come up during the...
Excuse me, Sean. State your name.
My name is Sean Prosky. I'm with the Ventura County CoLab. We had gone to a couple of the MAC meetings, Ojai MAC meetings, and talked to staff about some of the potential problems, some of them that have been discussed in this meeting that might come up with the ordinance, and they did a good job kind of incorporating some of the, a lot of the stuff that we talked about. So I wanted to thank them for their work on that. There was a really good discussion, but I wanted to circle back to a couple of things that were brought up during the back and forth, both with the commissioners and with the speakers. The first thing is comparing the City of Ojai's dark sky ordinance to this one is really comparing apples to oranges, simply because the City of Ojai has streetlights, which people in the unincorporated area don't have access to. I think Commissioner Onstadt brought up this issue, or was it Commissioner Rodriguez, I think, was driving through the different areas of the county, and you're glad to see a light pop up somewhere. And people in the unincorporated area don't have access to streetlights. So that's an important distinction. The other thing I think we need to really talk about is this issue of public outreach and reaching out to businesses that are going to be affected by this. You know, because this ordinance is going to be asking businesses to replace all of their lighting, potentially at significant expense. And I think that we really need to reach out to these businesses before this ordinance is passed, both to educate them that this is coming, give them a chance to weigh in, because as you can see, there are no businesses here who would be affected by this ordinance. And just to get a better handle on the problem. I think it was revealing the staff had mentioned that they hadn't done a survey yet of the lighting problems in the unincorporated MAC area to figure out what the exact issues are we're trying to solve here. I think a public outreach process prior to this ordinance going into effect is going to help solve the public awareness problem that this is coming, but also help get a better handle on what exactly the issues are. Is it gas stations that most people are worried about? Is it their neighbors that most people are worried about? What's the actual issue that we're trying to solve here? I think doing that outreach process is both good public policy as well as helping to better get a handle on what issue we're trying to solve here. I also think when we talk about some businesses, there was some issues with greenhouses. Greenhouses that use night lighting as part of their business, I think should be exempt, because lighting is such an important aspect of their business, requiring them to go to significant expense to put up blackout curtains or other type of devices to block out the light is going to be a significant problem for them. And yeah, I think the issue that I brought up about light trespass enforcement, I think, shows an important problem with this ordinance. I think that the Planning Commission and the county really need to consider whether or not they want, because this ordinance will get the county code enforcement in the middle of disputes with neighbors. And I think the county really needs to think about whether or not this is something that they want to dedicate staff time to and county effort and resources to, because it will lead more to more conflicts with neighbors. Neighbors will use this as a way to tell their neighbors to change their lights. There was a comment to this effect at one of the Ojai MAC meetings that one of the speakers there present said, now that I have this ordinance, I'll be able to go to my neighbors and say, you need to change your light. So it will absolutely be an issue. And finally, I think the previous speaker here had mentioned that this issue of going beyond the MAC boundaries. One of the other speakers who's here, one of the ladies from the Dark Sky Association, specifically said this is going to be a start to the process. And it will go beyond the Ojai MAC. This will be proposed beyond the Ojai MAC, and whatever ordinance we adopt here is going to be used as the model for the rest of the county. So I think looking at this ordinance, we really need to bear in mind that this is going to go beyond the Ojai MAC at some point, and that the ordinance needs to make sense for the entire county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeff Starkweather.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for taking so much time with this ordinance.
Would you give us your residence, your address? Your
Jeffrey
address.
Starkweather, 255 South Lomita,
Thank you.
Ojai, California, which is essentially Miners Oaks. I grew up in Miners Oaks. However, for the last 49 years, I have not been in here, but I've been here every summer for the last 5 years. I'm purchasing my parents' house from my relatives. So I've only been here a month. However, I know about this ordinance in great detail. So how is that possible? Number one, so before I do that, I served 6 years on a county planning board in North Carolina in a rural farming area. I was a lawyer representing groups before counties on planning issues. So I have a background in planning law. And so we actually went through all these issues. You talk about lighting in rural areas, around farms, around houses. And there's an incredible misconception. And all the research we found was that when you put lights in a rural area, that's where the criminals go. Because they're not going to go to a place that's dark. Because if it's dark, what do they have to do? They have to light it in order to steal from people. So when you go, you have a lighted place, and like they say, the kind of light makes a difference. All the research shows that when you light down and like that, you're much easier pleased to see what's going on in one of these lights that have light pollution, like we have at Miners Oak School now, that go out, it blinds you. You can't even see people. And in fact, Miners Oak School, which put this light up, it lights up one part of the school, but the rest of the entrance is completely dark. It's almost like an invitation to go rob the school. So the reason I became aware of this issue, I shop in Miners Oaks. There's particularly a bookstore I like there. And I've talked to the women that own it, and I've talked to other people. And they brought some issues up to me, and they found that I had a background as a lawyer and working in local government, even though I'm not from California. And they started complaining to me about the service station, which has only been reconstructed or redone in like the last 3 or 4 years. The light in that service station is so blinding and pollutes out so far, I can't believe anybody would want lighting like that. So they asked me what you could do about it. It turned out a week later is when the Green Coalition was having their meeting at Thatcher. And I said, well, I'm going to go up to this meeting, see what this is all about. At the meeting, it was remarkable, the information we were given about night sky. But I learned for the first time that Ojai actually had a dark sky ordinance. This is like 2 years ago that I went to this meeting. Ojai's ordinance was in 2013. And so I went to the people at the Green Coalition. I said, well, I live in Miners Oaks. I am 2 miles from downtown Ojai. 2 miles. I would think the light pollution from Miners Oaks would be exactly the same as the light pollution from Ojai. We're all in the same valley. And they said, oh, well, we actually, there's a proposed, a request with the county to expand this. I said, wow, great. I said, it's 2016. When was that done? 2014. I'm going, are you kidding me? We're in 2016 and nothing's happened? And they said, oh, well, it has to get on the list. Well, I checked it out and I found out it wasn't going to get on the list until 2017. I'm going, you've got to be kidding me. We already have an ordinance that's regulating part of Ojai. Why do we need? But anyway, so this urgency thing, I think, from resident standpoint, the urgency's in the other direction. We've been waiting long enough to get this ordinance. The other thing, there was a mention about going to a park, and it's dark and we're not in a park. We are in a park. Ojai is surrounded by Los Padres National Forest. Its major economy is what? Tourism. Night sky is very important to tourism. I'm sure you people that do shopping centers and stuff are concerned about the economy of your area of the county. In our area of the county, in Ojai, it's tourism. That's what drives our economy. That's what pays for people to be able to afford to live there to a great extent. And that is the nature of the people that live there, I think, reflects this ordinance. I really want to thank the Green Coalition, the planning staff, which has been very diligent. I understand they had talked to local law enforcement. They have checked with all the people that you guys were concerned about still needed to be checked with. I think this ordinance is balanced. And when you look at the issue of night sky, there are safety issues with night sky in reverse of what you're talking about. Drive down at night a road and someone has a service station light that blinds you. It's very actually dangerous to have these super lights that are extending beyond the service station that aren't shooting down. I know I've experienced it in our county where you're just in the rural area, it's completely dark, and all of a sudden you hit a service station and you are blinded for the next few minutes. That is an accident waiting to happen. Also, I would add that the E.O. Wilson, who's a famous ecologist, wrote a book called Biophilia, and it has now become a major planning movement called biophilic cities, which is they have found that when people are more in contact with nature, that people in hospitals, they recovery is quicker. Kids in school study better. They can concentrate more. Workers are more productive. So there are direct economic, social, cultural benefits from dark skies and being in touch with nature. I think on the other issue, which is we need to educate people. You know, no one's known about this. Well, like I say, I've only been here in the last 5 years during the summertime. I'm taking care of my parents. So I wasn't here. Now, I did get the newspaper. I subscribed to it online when I wasn't here. And there have been a number of articles in the newspaper with all kinds of letters to the editor. In my experience, as someone who represented citizen groups, as someone who served on a planning board, as someone who served 7 years on the local economic development commission, if an ordinance affected a business or businesses, those people are going to be down at the meeting making sure their interests are taken care of. Somehow, we're describing a set of businesses that are so out of touch with their community that they're not even keeping track of things that would affect them. I find that hard to believe. We have a Chamber of Commerce, by the way, in Ojai. I haven't heard them opposing this. And the Chamber, of course, includes people outside of businesses, outside of the city of Ojai. So, and the other issue about enforcement and education related to that, if you have an ordinance that's going to go like with the businesses in effect for existing in 3 years, homeowners within 1 year, that gives you a target or a deadline. Deadlines concentrate the mind, as most people know. That is the best tool to use for a government to educate people. Because if you're just out there trying to educate them and there's no rule that's coming along the way, or there might be a rule, most people aren't going to pay attention. But if you tell them there is a rule coming, they will pay attention. So I think that's a vehicle. This is the best way to get education, is to pass this ordinance now, which, by the way, the MAC supported unanimously, which represents our community. I think my experience is the community is way behind this ordinance, and I think we ought to support it. And when it comes to a number of unique situations that were brought up about places in rural areas, most rural areas, the ordinance does provide a deviation procedure. So I'm sure if you could show that in your particular circumstance there was a need for it, the planning director could deviate from it. And secondly, on the issue of this ordinance being a model for the rest of the county, I'm not sure that that's completely true, because I don't think any place is quite like Ojai. But if that is a direction, I hadn't heard it until tonight, or this morning, sorry. The best way to find out whether there's problems or something is to actually see how it operates. We've already seen how it operated in Ojai, and I have not heard any complaints or anything serious about Ojai that's had this ordinance in effect since 2013. That's a long time to see whether something works. So I think our staff has done more than its due diligence. I think they have balanced things. I think it's time to proceed with supporting this ordinance and supporting the people of Ojai who have promoted this, have been pushing for this as a community. If you believe in local control, and our county is set up for that because each commissioner is selected by the people in their area, unlike where I'm from, where everybody's countywide votes for a commissioner. And you have a local MAC, which is appointed locally, and they're all in support of something. It would seem to me that the rest of the county would say, let's see how Ojai does, and let's support what those people in that county desire. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other speaker cards. We'll close the public hearing. Commissioners' comments? Commissioner White.
Yeah, thank you.
Excuse me. We have one statement card. Mayor McGrath opposes the ordinance from McGrath Farms. That'd be in the record. Yes, Commissioner White.
Well, I stated before that it seems like the concern is security. I don't hear a lot of opposition to the idea of having dark skies, but there is concern about security. And I had suggested, well, maybe we need to continue this thing and make sure that we get buy-off from law enforcement on this. We had testimony from Ms. Pendry from the Green Coalition in Ojai, who talked about the experience in the city of Ojai, who commented that the sheriff representative there did not have a problem with it. And I would like to ask staff to reiterate what outreach they've had to law enforcement on this proposed ordinance, because if we've received the blessing of law enforcement, then I see no reason why we shouldn't adopt this thing.
Commissioner White, I can comment on that. Staff worked with James Freihoff, who is Chief of Police for the City of Ojai and a county sheriff, He reviewed the entire ordinance, and the comments that came back from him were really related to security lighting. So he wanted to make sure there was something built in there that would allow for security lighting so that people could capture things on camera. And that's the very reason that we went back and created this idea of essential lighting. It hadn't existed in our ordinance until we had these conversations with the Sheriff's Department about essential lighting. And I wanted to also say essential lighting, which is for security purposes, safety purposes, and also includes lighting at building entrances, is essentially built in as an exception to the dark hours portion of the ordinance. And that's for new security lighting, and it's also for existing security lighting. So, so security lighting is something that would not have to be turned off at 10 p.m. as long as it's 850 lumens or less. So if it's over 850 lumens, then it's allowed to go brighter. And so some of the work that we did on the ordinance was related to security lighting, was in a direct response to the comments that we received from the Sheriff's Department, and they had no other issues with the ordinance.
Commissioner Dukas, comments?
My only comment is that this is coming from the Board of Supervisors. And we've been in a situation before where we've had a philosophical, difference in our point of view, and it had to come back to us anyway. So I would be inclined to support staff's recommendations with the additions and changes that are in the additional exhibits.
Commissioner Kilstree.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. At the present time, I am not inclined to be able to support the ordinance as written. I really do believe that there's so many things that need to be refined in this ordinance. I think there's further research that needs to be done. I believe there need to be more bodies in the room, from business owners, from security personnel, from police department, fire department, from electricians, people that have a lot of knowledge that can supply you with actual information about what works and what doesn't. Coming from the perspective that I do come from, I can tell you security is a big deal. And lighting is the most effective deterrent, and it is proven every single time in every case that I'm involved in. 850 lumens is not enough. A motion detector is going to be detrimental. Those issues alone make this ordinance, to me, not effective. And I wanted to say, Deborah Pendry from Green Coalition, her comment was that there isn't really a problem in Ojai today as it exists, so I'm not sure why there is such an urgency to get this done. I really do believe it needs definite refinement. I do see lots of benefits in doing something. I just don't think that, I think this is really overreaching. So I can't at this time support this ordinance going to the Board of County Supervisors.
Thomas?
Well, conceptually, I have no problem with the dark sky ordinance. I think I have a problem. My problems lie with the nature and the extent of community outreach, and not to repeat what my colleague just said, I'm concerned that it has not been broadcast as it needs to be, and enough people involved. I'm concerned that there aren't local business people and other people here, which to me indicates they don't know what's going on. So the education and the outreach, to me, needs to be done, or I want it, if it has, and it has been done to a certain extent, I acknowledge that. But I think it needs to be expanded. And with that expansion, I'm sure we would identify issues maybe yet to be determined. My concern is with security for all the reasons everyone has stated here. And I find it somewhat troubling that it would appear that the major offenders are within a commercial corridor of Highway 33. I'm still not convinced of the nature and extent of the problem outside of that. And I'd like to know the answer to that. And I mean, at this point in time, I can understand and appreciate, having driven that commercial corridor, why
lighting is an issue and excess lighting and on the commercial corridor. And I can more understand right now a zone which includes that commercial corridor, but I'm so concerned about security issues in the balance of the area that I have a hard time supporting the staff recommendation. So I guess what I would like to see is the matter continued, more community outreach, and a further definition of the security issues so I can feel comfortable with them.
Commissioner Onstadt, could I comment on that for just a minute? I want to talk about the outreach portion of it. So there's been 7 public opportunities since the board asked us to do this for public outreach, right? So the time that it was at the board, the time that the recommendation, the initial recommendation by the MAC, which is why the board took up the item. So when the board took up the item in September of 2014 and assigned the item to the planning department, it said for the planning department to work with the Ojai Valley MAC to develop an ordinance for the MAC's jurisdiction. So we went there, we went to the MAC. These were publicly noticed hearings, right, or meetings at the MAC in April.
What kind of attendance did you get, Kim?
Probably attendance similar than we get to the general plan, right? So this is an important issue for us to understand.
I mean, what was the turnout? Give me some idea.
20 people. About 20 people. But I'm offering you this as a perspective, right? So we go out to the community, we go out to the MAC, the MACs are noticed, the ad is placed in the paper, the website is created, the whole ordinance was placed on the website in enough time for the public to read it, to comment on it. We create an interested parties list, and all those interested parties are notified. Outside of us creating an ordinance in an area where we would say, just like several other ordinances that are coming to you with an overlay zone, would we individually notice, 6,000 parcels, 3,000 parcels? There is a limit to what we are able to do for the public notification, and this has had 7 different times for the opportunity to comment. So when we hear there's a lack of public notification because there's a lack of people in the audience, that doesn't mean that we didn't do over and above the notification. Sometimes that means that people are just not interested in this particular topic. So I think one thing that I would like to offer to you, if the commission moves this forward in some way or the other, you can move an ordinance forward to the board to saying, however, we want these few items addressed. Your planning commission has the ability to say that you don't like the motion sensor. You want it to be 2,600 lumens without motion sensors, right? You have the ability today to address any of those issues that are of a pertinent concern. Or you have the ability to not move it forward and state your reasons why we wouldn't move it forward, and we would still address those issues to the best of our ability before it went to the board. But I don't want you to feel like you can't address any of those issues that you've raised with security. I think that we've said in the board letter, security was our utmost concern. We did take a lot of time with it, and it is trying to be well balanced, but if we've missed the mark, if you want to exempt agriculture, all of those things are within your purview today to address, to amend the ordinance, or to say we need to address those items before we go to the board.
I understand what you're saying. This is so sufficiently technical that I feel like I'm a fish out of water. The technical discussions. Has the ordinance as drafted and presented to us today been put online?
The online version that has been up since July 9th has everything that was included except the errata memo. And so what happened is when we went to the Ojai MAC, there was this issue that was brought to our attention on their main concern with the commercial corridor. And so with that commercial corridor, they had an idea how they were working together, how they would like that issue addressed. The board letter that we were given saying, work with the Ojai MAC to address that issue, right? So So that issue was the errata memo today. You can also move forward to saying you disagree with that, right? That we could write language in there that addresses your concern about the vested rights. If you have a conditional use permit or a PD permit that has a lighting plan, that's your vested right? We could work on that kind of language as well, as opposed to, not having a lighting plan, not having any vested rights in there that we could work with the community to look at the lighting issue. Just saying that there's a host of things in front of you today that you can do to address concerns that you have to make you feel more comfortable moving forward, or letting the board know why you're not moving forward.
Regarding our authority, though, to address people with, existing CUPs and PDs, we had the same situation with the short-term rentals. And there was an amortization period that dealt with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you raised that issue, and that's kind of where I went during my first response to Commissioner Onstadt. But that situation was different because no short-term rental actually has a permit, and so they're legal non-conforming uses. And so, as I tried to explain earlier, the county has more legal leeway in requiring changes to legal non-conforming uses as opposed to permit holders who have a vested right.
So would you advise us that we do need to take a closer look at PDs and CUPs with existing lighting plans that are legal conforming uses?
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would.
So if we made a motion to move this forward to the Board of Supervisors, could we make that recommendation that we need to give that, and perhaps Commissioner Kessley's concerns too, regarding the adequacy and the expertise that people have, no disrespect to planning staff, that someone who has specific expertise with regard to lighting get their buy-in?
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are both good ideas.
Okay, then I'd like to just make a motion.
Could we hear what Richard has to say first?
I never, as I read all this documentation and listened to everything, I really had completely passed over the issue that Commissioner Onstadt raised about the existing permits and the vested interest and investment people put into their processes coming before us here in the county, and the impact that has. I also appreciated the comments from Ag and CoLab as it relates to the impact it's going to have on them. I think I would be willing to move it forward. It's obvious that plenty of outreach has happened, and I know from past items we've had with public notice. County Planning has an extensive distribution notification list. The only thing I can think of why we might not have gotten that same kind of response on this issue from the business section, I don't know what the max distribution list is and how they get the word out. Obviously, the word does get out, but I'm also surprised that the commercial corridor was kind of brought in on the tail end of, by the by, this is when it sounds like it's the major polluter for this type of issue, which leads me to believe that the primary input directly to the MAC was residential within that with that sphere outside the immediate city limits, and that the word didn't get out beyond that point. Anyway, I think obviously the corridor is a major polluter, and I've driven up there, and I've seen some of the stuff that's there. I'd be willing to move it forward. And the other thing I was going to say, I'm not sure what the September date, agenda date for the board is on this item, and if that's a drop-dead date or anything, if you can speak to that.
It's tentatively scheduled for September the 25th.
Yeah. What's driving that? It's just
our
a
our
calendar
ability.
issue.
Yeah, it's for calendar, right? And then we have about another 30 projects behind that. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
we try to schedule them shortly behind, but then we also do take into consideration what happens at the Planning Commission, right? And so
Okay.
if there's a lot of work for us to do, we might not be able to keep that date.
I seem to recall that the ag portion or parcels and the impact is like 3% of this total. Who recalls that?
Yeah, so 3% is what the staff is saying, but the acreage is large, right? So
Okay.
it's 3%, but the acreage is large. So, but that's also an issue that
Okay.
the commission can take up.
Well, I'd be willing to move this one forward with recommendations I think we can put together here as a commission that the board consider before they. No, I'm not. I'm going to let somebody else make the motion. But I appreciate, and I'd forgotten, we can make recommendations and comments for the board to consider and allow them to amend it further or delay acceptance of the ordinance until these other issues are fleshed out. So that's all the comments I have. So would somebody like to make a motion?
Well, I would be happy to make a motion to approve what staff has recommended, but you just mentioned with some guidance, and I'm not sure what that language would be to make that motion, so I don't know that I'm the right one to make the motion. It is in my district, so I would like to, and I'm in support of the idea. I also want to say that I think staff has done a great job of outreach. In addition to all the things that have happened on their watch, I read the Ojai Valley News, which is the local newspaper, comes out once a week, and you can believe that this topic is well publicized in Ojai, and that's not a city limits limited newspaper. That's the entire Ojai Valley reads that. At any rate, I'm troubled by, and I want to say I'm also satisfied that the concern about law enforcement's review of this proposed ordinance has been done, and basically it sounds like we have the blessing of the Sheriff Department. I would defer to what guidance you want to add to just recommending the staff approval, staff recommendation.
Well, I would second the motion with, let's work on the additions that we need. One having to do with vested rights of legal conforming.
Can I stop you for a second?
Certainly.
Did you make a motion for staff recommendation subject to amendments that we're going to discuss? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to understand what she's saying.
I will clarify. I am making a motion to approve the staff recommendation with footnotes, and I'm happy later in the next few minutes to amend my motion to include these footnotes that the rest of you come up with. Does that sound good?
So to address the concerns that have been expressed by members of the audience regarding, and the commission, first regarding the legal issue of the extent of our authority to make changes to holders of CUPs and other plan developments that and their vested rights. So that would be number one. Number two, if we could get expert information regarding the adequacy of our limits with regard to protecting property. And I understand that there was some argument on whether or not lighting was a deterrent or not. I believe it is. And I want to be sure that people who have vulnerabilities are adequately served by these changes. So I understand that we have, a framework, but I want to make sure that it is supported by experts in the field of lighting. Is that possible? And I think those were and how they work with security cameras, and whether the motion sensor is the best way to ensure security, or whether we need to come up with some other balance. And those would be my changes, along with incorporating the additional exhibits.
Any other amendments to my motion?
Commissioner Kessler.
Well, I would, go ahead.
This is troubling, and I'm trying to figure out a way to feel comfortable with moving this forward with conditions, and I'm having a tough time because, in my mind, the state already has Title 24, and I didn't really hear sufficient testimony that tells me that what we already have in place isn't good enough. I would almost like to say, if we move this forward, we just say Title 24 is sufficient and let it be that. Because you're then getting into technicalities. How many kelvins? What's the high Kelvin rating that's necessary for cameras to detect color? Are motion sensors detrimental? How many lumens are really necessary for security lighting to work? Shields, are they creating shadows that create opportunities for crime? There are just so many technicalities that I'm not an expert. I just am not. So I'm uncomfortable with just moving this forward without having that information, especially in light of the testimony we've had today. I also am not a big fan of this 3-year requirement, because I'm sure there's a lot of businesses that have already invested in upgrading to Title 24, because every time your light fixture goes out, you're required to have a lighting plan done, approved, and put in according to Title 24 standards. So a lot of companies, property owners, are already doing that. There's just a lot of things in this ordinance that I feel are really overreaching. I feel that it could be much more reasonable in its requirements, and there's a happy medium, and I do see benefits to protecting our skies. And this dark sky ordinance, I just think this goes too far. So I don't really know how to get somewhere in the middle there.
My turn?
Yes, Commissioner Ossar.
Well, as I said, conceptually, I don't have a problem with a dark sky overlay zone. And it would appear from the testimony that was given today, the real offending area is the commercial Highway 23 corridor. And I don't really know that I understand the nature and the extent of the problem in the balance of the area. I agree with my cohort about the problems associated with the technical aspects of this, far beyond anything I can hope to understand at this point in time, even having read this material. I agree that the people who have discretionary permits and other permits who have vested rights, that issue has to be resolved to the satisfaction of the county, the board, and the county council. And if there needs to be changes, then we'll need to tinker with it there. The whole issue of security just, I find terribly troubling. I don't know the nature and the extent of the problem outside of the commercial corridor. I don't know the technical aspects of all this, so unless you threw it back to the board to hopefully have staff and or technical experts give them a quick course on the finer points of this, I don't know what to say about that, because as Maggie says, it's so technical, I can't get my arms around it to make a recommendation on it other than have this whole security issue and the technical requirements that are asked for, the cameras, the motion, the 60-watt bulb. I mean, it's beyond me. And so I can't support that because I don't understand it. I could kick it along. As I said, I have no problem with the ordinance as it pertains to the corridor. It's hard for me to kick it along regarding the rest of the property or rest of the area without some specific understanding and comfort level about the technical aspects of this. Because we've heard testimony by people for and against, and I have my own personal experiences living in the country, etc. So, I mean, I can support passing the ordinance on as drafted for the commercial corridor, subject to the resolution of these questions regarding discretionary permits and vested rights. I just have a real problem with the rest of the area on the security issues and the technical requirements.
I just want to remind you that we have a lot of extremely technical information that perhaps we can't, or perhaps I cannot get my arms around, but I take the testimony from the expert on it with regard to, say, sound. And so we would have the opportunity to get, expert testimony to advise.
Well, it's not just that. It's just there are thresholds out there. This Title 24, there's certain levels of protection already out there. And I don't know whether we're asking what we're trying to do is overkill or not. And this will be used, whatever comes out of this meat grinder will probably be used for Santa Monica Mountains and perhaps the rest of the county. So it's important we get it right. I just feel totally inadequate on these technical issues. And I don't understand them, and I've got enough questions that it's hard for me to support them.
If I may, hopefully we could move something forward and Nora had some proposed amendments. They got a little lengthy, and maybe you could summarize them briefly, what your suggestions are.
Could I refer to that question to staff, if staff is clear enough on what my amendments were on the two issues?
Commissioner Dukas, so as I understood it, the recommendation was to approve the staff recommendation, but to, number one, address the vesting rights issue for existing CUPs and PDs or discretionary permits in general, particularly to the extent of our legal authority there. And then number two, to have someone with expertise in lighting review the ordinance and provide input on the adequacy of the security lighting provisions. And there were some specifics to that. One was whether we need the motion sensors or whether they're detrimental, and then to better understand how cameras work in conjunction with lighting so that we do have adequate security provided.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and that sounds pretty good to me.
Staff is awesome.
Realistically, I think addresses the concerns that Steve have and Maggie maybe. I don't know. So I would be willing to amend my motion to add those two footnotes.
I have
as described.
I'll second.
I have a comment to make. I'm still concerned about the impact it's going to have on ag in that entire overlay area. What's it,
3% that we just?
What's the commission's feeling about exempting ag on this issue?
Well, I'd go a long way to feeling better about it. Yeah. If it's only
as an amendment.
It's only if it's 3% of the surface area. Was it 3% of the surface area? No.
Acreage. No, it wasn't. What was it? I've already forgotten.
Could you again explain what the 3% was?
It might have been the amount of
Could you again explain what the 3% referred to? Is it the population?
Light
Is
pollution,
it the land?
what was it?
Yeah.
It's 3% of all number of parcels in the MAC area which are zoned agriculture.
Okay. What does that translate to in terms of the percentage of the whole area?
In percentage of within the MAC boundaries?
Yes.
It's 20% of all acreage.
Well, hold on. How about percentage of light pollution?
Oh.
Might be more important.
No, we don't have that.
Wouldn't be something.
Do we have that?
We wouldn't have that.
We wouldn't have that.
Yeah, I think it is.
I bet it's not so
My comments on the amendments would be to include or exclude ag from this ordinance as it relates to the Ojai Valley overview.
Well, I can't really support that because if you look at the Ojai Valley, it's primarily ag. And if you're going to do this correctly, you need to look at all the property in the Ojai Valley. You can't exempt the majority of the land.
But we've heard from staff that it's 20% of the land, 3% of the parcels, numerically, and we don't have information on whether or not it contributes significantly to the cause of the sky glow in the Ojai Valley. My sense is that it doesn't.
Well, you saw the picture on the, it's the commercial corridor that's creating the problem.
It seems clear to me that that's where the problem is in those overly lit areas along 33. I would be inclined to support it with a recommendation to the board, who can decide whether or not to adopt it or change things or not.
Again, I'm unwilling to exempt what is such a huge part of the Ojai Valley from doing this. I think will make it a failure.
Can we somehow do it separately?
You could do it separately, but Rachita was just having a suggestion that you might want to consider, that saying perhaps you could exempt the security lighting portion only from agriculture. That's something that you could consider instead of an entire exemption.
Yeah, then I would amend my comments as it relates to ag to eliminate security lighting as it relates to them, which by extension would obviously be, in my opinion, would include motion sensors. Right.
Are you willing to amend your motion just for the security?
Maybe to clarify that. So to clarify that. So there would be no limitations then on security lighting for ag if we added that?
I suppose if we exempted just the security lighting requirements, it would mean that they could go up to 2,600 lumens without requiring a motion sensor. But they would still be...
But things like light trespass would still be part of it.
Yes, shielding, light trespass, the rest would still apply.
So basically allowing larger lighting fixtures?
They would be able to have higher intensity light for security purposes without a motion sensor.
Okay. Okay, I feel okay about that because it sounds like we'll need to do that to move it forward. So those three pieces.
Again, could we rely on staff to make the third sphere of these amendments to this motion so that we're clear?
Okay, Chair Rodriguez, members of the commission. Did you want me to repeat the entire recommendation or just simply elaborate on that third point?
The whole thing. I want to know what we're talking about.
All right. Before I do that, maybe I can make sure that I understand what it was that you'd asked for in relation to the security lighting. If I understood it correctly, you were asking to eliminate the requirement for motion sensors from parcels that are zoned agricultural when in respect to security lighting, or was there something more?
Yes, eliminate the motion sensors for security lighting.
And also higher lumens, correct? Because you did
You
60
gotta have
watt
more than a
bulb is,
60 watt
thank
bulb.
you.
Well, currently, they're allowed to go up to 2,600, right? But the requirement was if you went up to 2,600, you'd have to put a motion sensor and a timer on your security light. So the question is, if you, now you'll still be able to go up to 2,600, do you still need a motion sensor and a timer or not for for that difference between 850 and 2,600?
I would love to know, is that sufficient for a big piece of agricultural property? Is 26 lumens going to be sufficient? Are they going to have enough coverage?
That's why I made my amendment.
Yeah.
We will be looking into that, but we did do a lot of research beforehand. So 2,600 lumens is actually quite bright. So eliminate the requirement for security lighting in agricultural zones to have a motion sensor and a timer, or just a motion sensor?
I was speaking specifically to a motion sensor.
Okay.
And I guess I have a question. I don't know if the intent is to have the exceptions for the whole ag zone or just for lighting for ag operations. Because, there's a lot of residential, not a lot, but there is residential and other uses in ag that aren't ag ops. And so
I was speaking specifically to the ag business, the ag community, as opposed to ag acreage.
Well, is lighting your equipment, or say you have a storage yard, or say you have, avocados that survived the heat wave, is that considered operations if you want that lit?
I mean, I would think so, but I guess, the scenario I have in mind is if you have a residence in an ag zone with no ag operations, then, if we just exempted the whole ag zone, then different rules would apply for that residence.
So to further refine it,
Right.
we want it to just be for ag operations that
operations.
include but are not limited to the things that I mentioned before. Okay.
Jesus.
And I'm agreeable to that.
Okay, I think operations. Right.
What is the sense of urgency in this matter? Other than the fact that the county has invested tens of thousands of dollars of time and staff time, et cetera. What is the urgency of having to adopt this today?
Well, there's no adoption today, right? The Planning Commission is simply making a recommendation.
No,
to
I
the
understand
board.
it, but what's
So
the sense of urgency?
There is no sense. The sense of urgency is the board directed us to do this in 2014. So from 2014 to 2018 isn't really an urgent, right? It's
Right.
just in the queue of things that we're working on. It's coming up.
Okay.
And then so, it's the time that we schedule it before the Planning Commission and the board. So that's, the urgency is we're moving on to other items to work on, but there is no urgency. You make a recommendation, we take your recommendation to the board. And whether we're going to be able to accommodate all of these and keep the September 25th schedule, we'll still have to see, right? We're still listening to what you say, seeing how we can incorporate that into a revised ordinance and a revised staff report, and perhaps we won't make the September date.
This is, to me, one of those rare instances in the 10 or whatever years I've been here, that there's so many technical issues or questions in covering this area, and thank God it's only limited to the Ojai Valley. God knows if this was countywide, we'd really be into it. But it's one of those I have a real difficult time getting around mentally, and we keep trying to patch this thing. The problem I have is, like I said, I'd pass this tomorrow if it was just a commercial, today, if it was just a commercial corridor. I mean, I see no issue there. That should happen. And everything that you're talking about probably should happen there. It's with the rest of the area and the security issues and the technical aspects of this I just don't understand. That causes me a problem. And I don't know if the matter was continued to allow us time to deal with, talk to staff, or work this through a little better. We might come up with a more reasoned response. I don't know. I'm certainly feel as if I'm totally inadequate to answer or even understand the technical situation. That, and obviously the question regarding vested rights, we've already dealt with that. But so, that's my problem.
Well, all of those things have been addressed in the motion with the 3 footnotes, 3 items.
Well, if you're saying, Phil, go ahead and pass this thing as, and with the change regarding the vested rights, and then what? Throw the ball up in the air to the Board of Supervisors on the security issues? Because they're going to have the last word anyway.
Yes,
tell them something to the effect that there is extreme displeasure with some board members regarding the impact of on security with the staff recommendation. I'm not saying they're not right, but I just don't understand it.
Well, I think my understanding, it would go to the board with our 3 concerns that need to be further evaluated before they finally adopt it. And they may want to change things.
Well, I guess that's about the only way I could pass this thing along. And they're going to have the last word anyway.
Okay. Do we need to restate the motion, or does everybody understand it?
Maggie, speak up. You feel strong. Speak up.
I think I've kind of clearly stated my position on this, and I don't know that the motion sufficiently takes care of all of my concerns. So I'm not sure if I can support the motion, but I do understand the motion, so it doesn't need to be reconstructed. I think we should just call for a vote.
Okay, no other comments? Let's go ahead and vote then.
Well, wait a second.
Well,
No. Once more. Short, concise. What are we voting on? Phil? No, Phil, come on. It's your job. It's your area.
Okay, we just had county staff summarize their understanding of the motion. So let's have them do it again if that's not clear.
So, Chair Rodriguez, members of the commission, my understanding of the motion was to approve the staff recommendation with 3 additional items. The first one was to address vesting rights for existing discretionary permits, particularly to the extent of our legal authority to apply these ordinance standards. The second was to have someone with expertise in lighting review this ordinance and provide input on the adequacy of the security lighting provisions. And there we had a couple of specifics looking at whether we need motion sensors and how cameras work with security lighting. And then the third one was to eliminate the requirement to have a motion sensor on security lighting over 850 lumens for agricultural operations in agricultural zones.
I don't know that I would restrict it to those specific matters. I just think it's enough that some expert review the security issues related to this. I mean, we talked about some specifics, but I would hate to just limit that since I don't know the scope of the deal. But I mean, it's enough to me that we have additional experience and expertise evaluate the security aspects of this ordinance. That's enough for me, since I don't know that we need to specifically tie it to what you're talking about, but it's your motion. Make it.
Well, security and lighting, obviously go hand in hand, and I would assume that staff would include comments beyond lumens and lighting and to impact as it relates to security, and the commission is concerned about the impact it has on security.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez, my understanding was that we were going to have a lighting expert look at the adequacy of the provisions related to security lighting across the board in the entire ordinance, but then these specific areas were things that we wanted to make sure were addressed.
That's fine.
Okay.
I would like to add that you also have somebody from a security company, camera company, look at it as well, because they would have a different maybe take on it than just a lighting expert.
You okay with adding that?
To have that expertise added? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
just to be clear on that, I would have to really understand what that is, because I don't want us to get back in the same loop that we had last time with the short-term rentals, where there was an issue of us having to spend money, right, to go out for an RFP to retain somebody, when the actual budgetary constraints of that reside with the board. So I want to understand what you mean when you say hire an expert or discuss it with a security company. What's the expectations on that?
I would suggest you're seeking input from them that you would then take with you to the Board of County Supervisors for recommendations.
So just reach out to some security companies, seeing if this, if this type of lighting is traditional in the sense of, being able to provide enough security, that kind of conversation. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just speak from a lot of experience. This is a big issue, and I have an obligation to protect the business community, because I know what I go through on a daily basis. And we are setting ourselves up to giving opportunity for crime to take place on their properties by not taking care of this now. And we're setting a precedence for this same ordinance to apply countywide. So I feel I have an obligation to make sure we do this correctly.
I would agree with her comments. I think all we need is to reach out to a couple of security providers and get their input on the issue of on that particular issue we're concerned about, and present that to the board as part of your report and our recommendations.
So nobody has to be hired. We're not making any kind of
RFP, no.
Expending any county monies with this request. This is a request.
Right. Okay, are we ready to vote? Okay, we have first and a second.
I'm tapping yes.
Okay.
You might add a caveat from Onstad, I have grave reservations.
Okay. We've still got another item on the agenda. Number 7, PL 17-0164. Appeal of, we have a de novo hearing regarding the request by the subdivider to authorize a condition certificate of compliance that would allow legalization of a 15,879 square foot parcel. My mic was off. It's been on. Excuse me. Item 7, PL 16-0164. Scott and Christina Durobs, appellants. Chris Wagner is the applicant. This is a de novo hearing. Can we have staff report, please? Christina.
Yes. Waiting for the PowerPoint to boot up. Okay. Before I start I'm Christina Boero, case planner for the proposed project that is before you today. To recap, it is a de novo hearing. It's a conditional certificate of compliance and / tentative parcel map, and a de novo hearing to hear the appeal on the project. The appellants and the subdivider are here to answer any questions, and we also have county staff from Public Works available on call if you have any questions. Oh, can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. So as I said, before I start my presentation, I just wanted to make the commission aware of some additional items that have been submitted. Yesterday, I believe you received a RADA memorandum from myself, and it's just clarification on the mitigated negative, the negative declaration that was prepared for the proposed project. And it speaks to item 17, which is the FEMA discussion. And there's just a clarification that the project is within the 500-year floodplain and the 2% annual floodplain. And that is Exhibit 12 of the staff report. And today we received just an aerial photograph of the site from Commissioner Rodriguez, just to get a better understanding of what the site looks like visually. And admin staff's going to hand that out to you right now.
May I interrupt you at this point? The aerial photo shows the red line around the parcel. Is that the one you're looking at? Okay, yeah, I have it on my screen here. The red line cuts right through the house of the appellant. Is that an error on the part of the map making?
Are you, Commissioner White, are you referring to the southern property line where the flag, I guess the base of the southern property line of the...
Let me see.
The area.
I think it's Exhibit A. It came in today.
Okay, Exhibit 2.
Oh, okay. Talking about the aerial of the site. So I have, Commissioner White, I have it on the screen as well.
Exhibit 2 is an aerial photo looking straight down. These other ones are oblique. I'm presuming it's an error, but it shows the red line around the parcel. If you look on Exhibit 2 on your screens, you'll see what I'm talking about. You see where the red line cuts through the house?
So Commissioner White, I'll address your question. In 1986, a certificate of compliance was issued on the Dornbos's property, which is the property that is directly south of the project site. Clicker works. This one. And so with that certificate of compliance, a survey was done on the property. And now with this survey that was required to be done with this conditional certificate of compliance, the survey lines were correctly addressed. So yes, the lines on the aerial before you and in Exhibit 2 are correct.
So, okay, so the line does cut through the house and doesn't?
You know, the county, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm Scott Dornbos.
No, you can't do that.
Wait a
Sir,
second.
you can't speak. You'll have to wait your turn.
Okay, so it would look like that house needs to be demolished then to take advantage of this lot?
Commissioner White, my name is Winston Wright. I'm manager in the planning division, and I'm sitting in for Jennifer Welch. The situation is both of these lots were part of a single legal lot, which is Christina's going to explain later. The reason why we're here is that a conditional certificate of compliance and the tentative map associated with it are to correct the mapping error caused by the previous property owner who created this situation. So when the lot was legally described, it was not with the benefit of a survey. And so in fact, the illegal subdivider did describe the lot with that back corner of that house over the line. So we see this as being a civil matter. Given that when the lots were created, that line laid out across the property line. So in fact, that house is on someone else's land. So that's why we're here to do, is to correct that. And then later, if there's a cooperation, when we could do a lot line adjustment if they're agreeable to that, to move the line. But it is really a civil matter, and that's part of the reason why we require exhibits when you're doing new mapping efforts, showing these where the placement of these structures are in relation to property lines if structures exist on the land. So in this situation, the previous subdivider that did it by deed rather than map created this particular situation, which is obviously very uncomfortable, but that's the reality of the lot lines.
Okay. So just to get an idea of where the project is located, it is located in the Live Oaks, the Oakview area of the unincorporated area of Ojai in Ventura County. So we have the aerial of the site, which we've been talking about, and this is just a general overview of where the site is. So the zoning and land use designation for the site. The zoning designation is RE, 20,000 square feet. That's rural or exclusive, 20,000 square feet. It's important to note that the county changed the zoning of several parcels in this area, including the subject parcel in 1974. And the county changed the zoning from RE 10,000 acres to RE 20,000 acres. So at the time that the project was, at the time that the parcel was there, it was consistent with the zoning in 1974. And the size of the lot is 15,879 square feet. So the general plan's designation is existing community, and the Ojai Valley Area Plan is the overlay zone for the site, and the designation for that is urban residential, 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre. So we have the maps here showing the general plan and the area plan designation. And it's also important to note, and I didn't note it before, that directly north of the site is the Ventura Oaks RV Park. Mobile home park. So surrounding development for the project is basically residential, RPD, residential plan development, and rural or exclusive at different levels of acreage and square footage. So points of interest around and close to the site is Highway 33. It is half a mile east of the site. Highway 150 and Burnham Road is 166 feet approximately east of the site. Here. And Lake Casitas is approximately 2,500 feet west. So before I talk about what the project is, I'd like to discuss the subdivision process as it relates to the proposed project. So as Mr. Wright mentioned earlier, the lot is lot 25, and originally that was created through a parcel map in 1926. And in 1971, the parcel in question was illegally subdivided by a conveyance. And in order to remedy that situation, the law that allows that to become a legal lot is the subdivision ordinance and the State Subdivision Map Act. And the instrument is a conditional certificate of compliance, which legalizes the lot, and then a tentative parcel map, which allows future development on the lot. And should the applicant, or should the subdivider or a new owner of the property want to develop the lot, they would have to get a ministerial zoning clearance for development and a building permit after the CCFC and tentative parcel map record.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
They're not required to cure the encroachment?
They wouldn't be required to cure the encroachment for the house that's already non-conforming. So that would be the civil matter between the two property owners.
We don't get involved in that.
We wouldn't get involved in that, though. We would if there's a cooperation, we would do a lot line adjustment.
Well, I understand how you cure it, but okay, we don't require them to resolve that issue before we get involved.
That is currently not a condition of approval.
Is that right?
I'm not familiar with this issue, and I would, if we could possibly give me a couple minutes to confer with planning, I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
So now we have the project before you. The project is, again, to legalize the lot and allow future development on the parcel. So this table basically is a demonstration of what the building coverage standards and the setbacks and the height standards are for the lot with future development. And as I mentioned previously, with the zone change, the lot would now, and the development of the lot would be required to conform to the zone standards and building coverage standards of what the zoning is today. So that is the RE 20,000. So with development of the lot, all the total building coverage, if it is just a single-family dwelling or a single-family dwelling and an accessory dwelling unit, or any accessory structures, the total allowed building coverage or the square footage of the lot would be 4,867 square feet. And the required minimum setbacks would be the same. It would be 20 feet in the front, side is 5, and 15 is rear. And also the heights are the same as well as what is allowed in the zoning ordinance. So this is just a site plan depicting, giving a little more description of where we're at with the appeal before you and also the project. So the Wagners are the subdividers, and their property is located here with a light yellow color. And the Dornbosses are the appellants, and then their parcel is indicated with the orange here. And this brown is the access easement. And the access easement, the previous owner of the Wagner property granted an access easement for ingress and egress to the site, and that was a recorded document with the County of Ventura, and that was done in 2016. So they do have legal access to the site. So to better orientate yourself with the site and give you a visual view, I just have some photos here. The one on my left is looking north from Grapevine. This is the access easement. The Dornbos property is located here. And then this on my right is just a picture more closely on the property looking north. So staff conducted an environmental review of the project and determined that a negative declaration was the appropriate environmental document. That means that there's less than significant impacts on the environment. The public comment period was a 20-day public comment period, and we received one public comment from the appellant. And the issues of concern for the appellant were private view issues, degradation of those, the legality of the access easement, and how public and personnel like emergency services could access the site, increased vehicle and occupants coming on the site with the increase in the number of dwellings, and flooding and drainage issues. So staff had a planning director hearing on April 17th, and a decision to grant approval of the project was made on May 1st. And after that, the appellant, the Dornbosses, appealed the project. And the concerns that I just mentioned that were part of the negative declaration were the main concerns for the appellant in their grounds of appeal. And also 2 additional grounds were basically discussing communication with the appellant, with the subdivider and the county, meaning that there was a lack of communication or no communication. So before I start going into the grounds of appeal, I just want to state that staff has reviewed the grounds of appeal and all of the documents that have been prepared for the project and determined that the grounds of appeal are without merit. So ground of appeal number 1, the appellant had submitted originally 1 ground of appeal with their appeal, and that was as a 35-year resident of this location, the Dornbosses are asking what are their rights to reevaluation. Well, today is the remedy for that. This is a de novo hearing to consider the project and the appeal. So the de novo hearing means that the project is revisited anew. So all of the public testimony, all of the documents that have been prepared for the proposed project are reviewed by your commission, and you make a decision on the project. And you can take into account all of that information. And it's important to note that the project is in conformance with the general plan, the Ojai Valley Area Plan, the Subdivision Map Act, and for development standards for future development of the site is non-coastal zoning ordinance. So 2 other grounds of appeal are put together, and it basically has to do with drainage and water flow on the site. And as I mentioned earlier, if you have additional questions about that, we have Public Works staff available to answer those questions if you'd like. But to put it basically, the project is within the FEMA 1%, outside the FEMA 1% annual chance floodplain and the 100-year floodplain. So the chance of flooding on the site and in the area is very low. And future development would actually be required to adhere to the county grading ordinance and the county building code. So with that, the subdivider or the person building the dwellings is required to demonstrate that certain things in the development plan, specifically that runoff is retained on site and drainage as well, and that the flow rates do not exceed existing conditions, and on-site drainage has to follow the natural flow of water. So for this project site, that is north to south. The appellant also contends that emergency service personnel, it will be difficult for them to access the site based on the design of the site as being a flag-like lot. The county fire department and the other county agencies reviewed the project and determined that access is valid. I did mention previously about the access easement. It's a legal document that was recorded with the county recorder in 2016. So the subdividers have access to the site. The water supply is the Ventura River Water District, and per county fire, the fire department deemed that the water district has enough water capacity to allow fire flow to the site. And Fire Station 23 is 1.5 miles from the project.
Excuse me. I thought the county was requiring a 20-foot access, and I read something in the papers that you could go down as far as 12 on some discretion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What's the length of that access easement?
I believe the length of the access easement, Commissioner Onstadt, is 102 feet.
And county fire signed off?
Yes.
Okay. And you got a will-serve letter from the water purveyor?
Yes. So I can address any issues you have about that.
Okay. How did they word that? I thought it's quite interesting to get a will-serve letter out of the Ventura River Water District when they don't have any water.
So as part of any discretionary permit, including conditional certificates of compliance and tenant parcel maps, the applicant is required to provide a will-serve letter or a water availability letter at the application stage. So the Ventura River Water District is a recognized water district with the county. They had to go through a rigorous process to demonstrate that they have enough water capacity to provide domestic potable water and also fire flow for fire flow purposes. So the purveyor must demonstrate this within the standards of the Ventura County Water Works manual, and they did do that. So just for informational purposes, the proposed project is estimated to have a 0.65 acre feet per year water demand. So with that, the current connections, the total connections allowed or provided by the River Water District for all of the parcels that they provide water to is 2,510 total allowed connections. The current inventory is 2,140 connections, and so the remaining is 364. So based on that, the Ventura River Water District has provided a water availability letter for the project.
Did they get all their water from Casitas?
I'm not sure. I believe they do.
River water. They have well water and...
Well, no.
Who are you, sir?
Hi, my name's Raymond Gutierrez. I'm with the Public Works Agency.
Okay.
And I do review water availability letters with, from the different water purveyors. And as Christina explained, she's correct that they have additional connections available.
And they have a water well that's serviceable, is that what you're saying?
They have wells in their system, and they also have water from Casitas, both.
They must be the only purveyor in the area that's got a working water well.
Well, they do have wells that work, yes.
Okay,
They
thank
do.
you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Does that answer your question,
Yes,
Commissioner?
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So the fifth appeal ground is that the appellant contends that he feels that he was not heard voicing his concerns regarding the proposed project during the county's processing of the project. In fact, we had staff had several communications with the appellant. The first was, as I mentioned, his comments on the negative declaration. Those were received during the public comment period, and those were adequately and in detail addressed. And those are included in the planning director decision for the project. And I think that would be Exhibit 5 of your staff report. And county staff also, on 2 separate occasions before the hearing, the planning director hearing, spoke with the appellant, and the appellant had the same concerns throughout the process. So it was myself that spoke with the appellant, and also the manager of the residential permit section, Jennifer Welch, spoke with the appellant before the hearing. And finally, at the planning director hearing, there was a robust conversation about the project, the appellant's concerns about the project, and those were addressed in oral testimony at the planning director hearing, and also that testimony was included in and responded by staff in the decision letter for the planning director hearing, and that's included in Exhibit 9 of your staff report. The next ground of appeal is that the appellant contends that the property was not planned well, that 3 additional dwellings will be built on the property, and there would be more traffic along the backyard of their wall. In fact, the non-coastal zoning ordinance, which I mentioned before, delegates heights and setbacks and the number of dwellings you can have, actually allows one single-family dwelling and 1 accessory dwelling unit on the property. We actually have a new ordinance that you are aware of for accessory dwelling units. And so with that, 2 covered parking spaces for the single-family dwelling and 1 covered or uncovered for the accessory dwelling unit on site will be required. As I mentioned before, the project at the development stage must meet the height and setback requirements of the non-coastal zoning ordinance. And those do address some of the issues of private views, because when you have a development, wherever you're located, you have to have setbacks and height restrictions, and those are pretty standard against all types of zoning. So that does take into account setting back the dwelling or setting back the structure a considerable distance from the house, so the neighbor or whoever is next door doesn't have to be impacted as much by the development. And also, a county fire did review the project. The line of sight is in conformance with county standards on Grapevine, which is the road that abuts the property. And transportation said, although there would be an increase in traffic from the 1 dwelling and the accessory dwelling unit that could be on the lot, it wouldn't be significant. The appellant also contends that the fence height is not adequate along the rear property, and this goes to the appellant's contention of degradation of private views. Staff prepared a negative declaration for the proposed project, and in that, staff is required to evaluate scenic resources. And with the scenic resources, the threshold is if it is a designated scenic resource, or it's visible from a public viewing location. And even though the project site is close to Highway 150 and within half a mile, which is the threshold for state routes of State Route 33, the project is not visible from either of those two roads or highways. And it's not visible from a public viewing location based on the fact that it is a flag-like lot and development would be in the rear of the property. And county planning, doesn't, the county doesn't evaluate or condition or protect the project from private views, but as I mentioned before, the development standards do kind of speak to that with, the development of the site and where you're going to put the dwellings and the setbacks and the height regulations. And as I mentioned before, the appellant has some issues with the access easement being not a legal document, and there may be some issues there with it being legal. So, as I mentioned before, the access easement, it was recorded with the county recorder in 2016, and it is a 12-foot wide access easement. And again, the fire department has proposed legal and safe access to the site. They have the subdivider has addressed that to the satisfaction of the fire department. And finally, Appeal Ground 9, the appellant believes that there's been little or no communication between the subdivider and himself with regards to his plans for the site. And staff's comment on that is that is a issue. It's not a land use issue or an environmental issue, so the county can't comment or provide remedy for that situation. So for this hearing, this de novo hearing, staff provided notification per the non-coastal zoning ordinance requirements, and we mailed notifications to property owners within 300 feet of the site, and that did include the new requirement of it being 16 parcels or more, to the interested parties. And staff provided electronic notification on the website and also a legal ad in the Ventura County Star. So on the screen is the recommended actions. I won't read them, but as I mentioned earlier, as a de novo hearing, your commission does have the ability to make a decision based on the staff report, all the documents in there, oral testimony, and anything that comes up at the hearing. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay. Before we start the questions, can we take a 10-minute break? And then we'll have this. Okay, continuing the meeting this morning. We just heard the conclusion of staff's report. Christina, did you comment about the recommendations? I think you did. And you left it open to commission's comments or questions. Okay, I think it's appropriate for disclosure at this time. Commissioner White.
I did drive by the property on Tuesday. I didn't go into the property, but I did drive through the neighborhood. Other than that, I have no disclosures.
I have no disclosures.
Commissioner Kessley.
I had every intent to drive by the property, but a detour to the hospital sort of took care of that, so I had to go to Google Maps, but I did have a chance to view it from that.
Commissioner Armstrong.
I have no disclosure.
Okay. I have a disclosure. I'm familiar with the area, but I haven't been out there around there for quite some time. And as I looked at the staff report and the overviews, I still had a little bit difficulty processing where exactly it was and how it laid out from my recollection, memory. And so I used Google Earth last night and got an overview printout of the parcel. And I've made copies, and I think all the commissioners have a copy of it. And I think, Megan, you've marked it as Exhibit A? Somebody's told me? B, okay. Yeah, so this picture is Exhibit B. Okay, it's an overview from Google Earth. I just wanted a better perspective beyond what I was seeing on the staff report, and that's just for information. We still have, I think, some extra copies. If the applicant or appellant would like to see a copy of it, that's fine. I think we have extra copies.
Did you want to see a copy of the map? Did Christina?
I have.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, let's open the public hearing. Speaker cards in order. Alicia Wagner. And I have a statement card from Chris Wagner.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rodriguez and the Commission, county staff, and
give us your name and address, please.
Oh, sorry. My name is Alicia Wagner. Anything else? Sorry. Yeah. And my address is 342 East Lewis Street here in Ventura.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Well, we felt that the county staff was much better equipped to present the legal and environmental aspects of why we're here today. But Chris and I did prepare a letter that I would like to read in response to some of the additional appeal grounds that the Doornbosses presented. Those were included in the presentation, but I also gave you a copy on the back of Exhibit A, where you can see them as they were presented to us. Some of what I want to express here this morning is a little bit anecdotal, and so it may seem superfluous to the Commission. For that, I apologize. But this may be our best opportunity to respond to the concerns of our neighbors. So if you'll just bear with me, I'll read the letter.
We got this document just before as we took the
yes, that one. That is,
with pictures.
So you did read that?
Yeah,
okay.
We have it. I mean, if you would.
Okay.
If you would like to
just highlights.
Give us an overview of the document
okay.
and the pictures that are attached, I appreciate
of course.
it.
Yes. So my husband and I, the pictures are of our current residence, both the front view and the back view, showing it when we purchased it in 2008 and then after we did extensive renovations to the property. There seems to be a lot of concern about us as property owners bringing disturbance to our neighbors. And so we just included those photos mostly as to convey the fact that we are courteous neighbors. We want to create a nice environment for both ourselves and our neighbors. We do not wish to encroach on their privacy, et cetera, in any way. Also, there was a lot of, our neighbors seem to be very concerned about water flow on the property, and we understand that they've been there a long time, so we definitely respect that they have a perspective on that. However, we would just say to that we have complied with everything that's been asked of us to date. We have no intention of discontinuing that trend. We will continue to comply with all the environmental standards, with development laws and regulations to be sure that what we are working on is safe for ourselves and our neighbors and the environment. So that's really all we can say to that, is that we are not experts on that situation, but we will defer to the experts and work with them as we develop the property. They are also very concerned with the effect that the development of the property might have on their personal privacy. And we understand that because that's what drew us to the area in the first place, was that you have a little bit more land, a little bit more privacy. You can see the night sky out there. Those things were what really drew us to wanting to find an affordable property in Oakview in the first place. So taking into mind the setbacks and then also our design plan for our lot. We have no intention of building our home near the Dornbosses property. It's actually going to be set back around 100 feet from where their back fence is right now. So that should afford them quite a bit of privacy in what is still a residential neighborhood. Also, we intend to build the house towards one side of the property. There should be about 30 feet between the end of our house and the edge of the property, which would give them the same view that they have right now from their backyard. So we really do not want to encroach on our neighbors' enjoyment of their own space or their privacy in any way. There was a mention, some concern about the lot line when we began this discussion. And I just want to say for the record that we do not take issue at all with the lot encroachment. When we purchased the piece of property, we were of the understanding that the visual boundaries that we could see were what we were purchasing. We were not aware that there was anything encroaching on what we purchased. So we would be more than happy to do a lot line adjustment. And unless there's questions, I think everything else was addressed in the letter that you received.
So you reside on the property now?
No, we do not.
Okay. These pictures?
Those are our current home in Ventura. Sorry, it might
Okay.
be a little bit confusing, but they were just for the appellant to see that we do take good care of our property. We
Okay.
intend for it to be our personal home, and we want it to be nice, just like they appreciate that their yard is nice and they're concerned that we may be
Okay.
detrimental to that.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Scott Dorsborough?
Hello, my name's Scott Dornbos. I live at 189 Grapevine, and I'm the property owner in the front of this lot. In 1987, when we purchased our property, the reason why we purchased property up in the Ojai Valley is because it was a rural area, a rural setting, and we met with the realtor and also the county land surveyor, Charles Fletcher, and we went over the lot line. The lot line was adjusted at that point. I have the original drawing showing the lot line adjustment, so it's not like they're giving us anything. At that time, we were told that the lot in the back of us was deemed illegal and not buildable, and that it would not be built. 30 years plus have gone by. Now, all of a sudden, the county deems that a buildable lot. What does that do to our property value, our lifelong investment? We've built a lot in that area, and we've lived there for quite a while, and this is going to impact us quite a bit. We're approaching our retirement ages soon, and this is going to impact our total investment. There's a flag property across the street from this property, and if you look at the police calls and the fire department calls, that's been a real problem. Not that these people are going to have that problem, but we all know that they intend to build 2 dwellings, and they also have a mobile home they want to put back there, and they're going to rent all this stuff out. Okay, this is going to become a rental property. This is not what the area needs. Is more small income or small rentals like that to bring. That's not what we moved there for. When we moved there, we had certain neighbors, and that's the way that we bought it, because we liked the neighbors that were there. All the neighbors were good. Everybody got along good. Now that somebody's going to build and there's going to be all this traffic, That's going to impact the area quite a bit. I have some issues that aren't necessarily in any specific order, but the water drainage is probably one of the worst things that everybody seems to be passing up. For the last 5 or 6 years, we've had to have the fire department out every year during every big storm to clear the street so the street would flow, because our home would be impacted by the water. Our home, when it was built at a lower level than the neighbors next door or the neighbors on the other side of us. So if there's any kind of change in the grade in the property, the land back there, the water comes our way. If the water comes our way, it inundates us. There's the street kind of crest right in front of my driveway. Water that comes out of my driveway, some of it goes this way and goes up the street that way. The rest of it goes down this way. The problem is all that water running out there has nowhere to go. They say it'll soak it up and everything, but I lived through El Nino. I saw it firsthand. In their previous floods that have inundated that area that they're not thinking about. Also, the property in the back is surrounded basically by a block wall. So right now, there's only 2 ways that water can go. It can go south towards the river, north-south towards the river, which is the natural flow. Or if they divert it, it comes out the driveway. When it comes out the driveway, it dips through the house next door, floods out their front porch, and comes out between the house on the corner and the second house. Nobody seems to be listening about the street issue. There's culverts in our street that are 8 inches in diameter, or 6 inches in diameter, excuse me. Way too small. I think the code on a culvert is 18 inches. Okay? The water does not flow correctly down our street. This build will impact the water problem there. And I think that really needs to be studied and really needs to be addressed. Not just, well, it's in a 100-year plan or 500-year plan. It does happen. It's really real. There's a picture of myself having to swim through that area to help save a man across Burnham, his family, his kids, his dog, his belongings, because the water inundated up and actually was floating his home away. Okay? That's El Nino. I'm on the cover of the newspaper. Okay? So I have lived it. There are other issues that I'm really concerned with. If the county, I guess mainly, I'm concerned with the county, the fact that the county deemed this lot illegal when we bought it, or not legal to build on. So, we based our views, our life, everything all on that. And the driveway now with this easement that was allowed and how that was brought into the picture, I don't know. The easement is 130 some odd feet of fence that we had between ourselves and the neighbor next door, the original neighbor. And it was just a friendly kind of neighborhood fence between neighbors. Well, now that 130 feet is an alleyway. And these people race in and out of that. 150 feet to the center of their property, to the street. Now it dumps out on the street in a 12-foot section, right to the street. If people are coming out of that driveway, and people are driving by, and cars are parked in our driveway, and the neighbor on the other side of that easement's driveway, what kind of line of sight is that? How's anybody going to back out of that driveway? How are cars coming down the street going to see cars pulling out? How are kids and people with horses and riding and walking and people walking their dogs, how are they going to see these people coming out of that driveway? 12-foot section. It's pretty slim there. Also, emergency services, were just there 3 or 4 weeks ago. If you notice in the picture that you provided here, there's a motorhome parked in the property next to us, all the way back in that corner. That motorhome is also an illegal dwelling that's rented out. That motorhome had an electrical fire. Fire department showed up. They tried to go down that driveway. They couldn't get down that driveway because they couldn't turn around back there. They spent 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get to that motorhome that was burning. Check with the fire department on that one. This driveway, this long drive, it's created an alley. I mean, how would you like it if, with your home that you've lived a long time, all of a sudden your next door neighbor gives an easement to become a driveway, and now you've got an alleyway along your side of your house. Now, how is that going to impact my value of my property? And why did the county allow this to happen? And if we really get down to it, how is the county going to compensate us on our property value for doing this? And how is it fair that this property was deemed a legal property when we never had any kind of notification at all that the county was changing this on that property? It was a landlocked property. It had always been that way, and we were told that it would be that way because it was a flag property. It wasn't buildable. I have the original surveyor sheet from Charles Fletcher, the county's own surveyor, showing the lot line adjustment, showing the flag property, showing what it was, all the dimensions.
Do you have copies of that?
Pardon me?
Do you have copies of that?
Oh, would you like copies?
Are you introducing that as an exhibit?
I'm sorry?
Are you introducing that as an exhibit in this hearing?
Do we need to? Yes, probably. Right.
If you want us to consider it.
Well, I mean, yes, of course.
Then you'll have to.
Because, I mean,
make
they're making
copies
it
of
sound like they're giving me something, right? As an appeasement, oh, we're not going to bother you about your lot line. Well, my lot line was my lot line before they came along, okay?
Okay, well, if you'd like us to consider it, we need to make copies of it.
Yes, please.
Unless you have extra copies with you.
Oh, no, I don't. I'm sorry. Also, too, if there's going to be a build back there, if you do, if it does go through, I'd like a view study showing where exactly the dwellings are going to be, all that kind of stuff. We need to understand this. I'm like Stephen here. It's a little more technical than I'm understanding there as far as that lot line adjustment and why the county would deem that buildable. Can you answer me that? Anybody? Pardon me? Oh, you're processing? Okay. Yeah. And oddly enough, the lighting situation, yeah, that's going to be a problem too, right? Shall we have a moment of darkness? Pardon me?
I'll think for your comments. We're waiting for the copies to come back.
Right.
Anybody have any questions?
Yes, sir.
The thing that disturbs me is the lot line going through your house.
Yeah.
And if the lot line were adjusted away from your house, how far away would it be from where it is now? Would it need to be?
At the time, I think we were told, was it 7 feet from the eave, something like that, on the back? Something like
To meet.
There was a fence put up across the back years ago.
that marked where you thought the lot
Yeah,
line was?
it was just I think they just kind of threw it up kind of thing, so I'm not sure exactly if it's right on the inch or not. If anything, it's under on our side. I mean, there's probably, because I think we talked about building a block wall at the time, or a retaining wall across there. So I think there was room for that allowed on the other side of the cedar fence, or the neighbor fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you build that residence?
No, sir.
It was there when you...
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I asked, my mic was off. You bought the residence with...
Yes,
the,
I purchased it like that,
okay.
yes. Yeah, and that's why when we purchased it, that was a question as far as the lot line, where it was at, where was the back property line. And so that's when the surveyor was brought in, and we all met up there with the realtor, the surveyor, and the people that own the property. And that's when he gave me the copy, sent me the copy of the...
And that structure at the back, which is in question because of the property line issue.
Part of my garages, yes.
That was my question. That's a residence or garage?
It's actually a garage, or originally referred to as, like, it was all horse property, so it was referred to as like a tack room or something like that.
And that was there when you bought the property?
That was there, yeah.
In the property, the parcel that's in front of us now,
in back.
It was, that's in front of us to look at, behind your residence, the 191.
I'm sorry for leaning, I got a really bad back. So.
Sorry, the 191 Grapevine parcel behind you.
Mm-hmm.
As I read the staff reports, that was originally owned by the property owner at 195 that did the illegal.
Next door, right.
That did the illegal. And
Quick
what we find
story,
out now
before we came along, the neighbors next door, the house that we were in, the people were relocating. It was part of that Vetco relocation to Texas. So when they relocated, the people that own that property used to be all in one with what is ours now. And they made the deal and sold the property, the back part of that property, to the lady next door. And then it went like that for a while. And then when we came along, they had to do the lot line adjustment for the sale, to go through escrow.
Okay. So they sold the property, the part...
Before we came along, yeah, it was already
right.
gone,
I mean, the property existed as it is now before you
it's always
purchased the
been
property,
just a
so
lot.
you've always known it was there.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
That was one of the issues that you found, I assume, attractive, that nobody was going to build behind you.
Originally it was like a little barnyard, kind of petting zoo, we all kind of shared the property for a while, and then, the kids would come and they would go back to play with the animals and experience the animals and, ride the horses, stuff like that. And then, as time went by, then animals less and less as people got older. And so they decided to relocate and sold the property.
Okay, thank you. We're still waiting for the copies.
Oh, no problem.
Does the exhibit that you shared that you're sharing with us and that we're getting copied now, does it dispute what was presented in the staff report?
Well, your staff report is wrong. It shows a red line going through our property, but it's probably 15 or 20 feet from that line, the actual line.
So what I understand you're saying here is that there's a conflict between the county's identification of the property line and what your document shows is the
you'll see.
Actual property line when you bought it.
Excuse me. This is the way that I actually bought it, right now.
Okay, I think
that's based on the Charles Fletcher.
Was that presented to planning when you
Pardon me?
Was that presented
Thank
to
you.
planning during your original hearing with the planning commission? For them to
Well, I
consider?
assume that the county would have their own drawings, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify, this is not an approved lot line adjustment by the county. So this is a proposed lot line adjustment that has not been effectuated. So right now, that property line, regardless of the parcel map. So the parcel map is here to legalize a lot, and everybody has the right to come and legalize their lot and build on it at some point, and that's what they're trying to do, the applicants. But regardless of that, property rights are achieved through deeds and conveyances. We're talking about in a parcel map as well. So what I was concerned about, I wanted to make sure the parcel map was lining up with the legal descriptions of the lot property that people own, which has been confirmed that that's the case. So what's going on here is, regardless of the map, the applicants own part of their house right now. And it would behoove everybody to get that resolved legally and do a lot line adjustment so you can own your entire house. So that is...
Well, that was done when they purchased it, though.
But this is not, right now they own your house.
Well,
That's just legally
they wouldn't
correct.
allow it to go through escrow unless it was agreed upon, correct?
Well, I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, so,
But-
I mean, it was done through, Ojai Realtor, Charlotte Stallmaker.
Again,
Yeah.
that's not my issue right
Yeah.
now, and I'm just saying, for purposes of this map before you, the Wagners own that property and they have the right to legalize it, and it would be up to these two to work that out at a different time. In that sense, planning was correct. I just didn't understand the facts at the time, and now they've been confirmed. And then I was concerned that there was a lot line adjustment that had occurred. Now, for a lot line adjustment to be effectuated under the Subdivision Map Act, it has to be approved by the county surveyor and recorded. And the actual recordation of the lot line adjustment and the lot line adjustment deed signed by both property owners is what effectuates a lot line adjustment. And this is not recorded and doesn't meet the standards of the Subdivision Map Act, so it's not a lot line adjustment. It looks like something that was proposed and was considered, but never fully effectuated. So just to clarify the record on that.
Maybe we should get a hold of Charles Fletcher and ask him.
Yes, Commissioner White?
Yeah, question. Could we approve this application with a condition that the applicant do a lot line adjustment and the cost thereof?
No.
And that's because the county doesn't get involved in private civil matters because the county should not decide winners and losers in civil cases, is that
No,
correct?
not because of that, but because the standards of the parcel map have been met. And there is an issue with respect to their property being encroaching on their lot line, but that's not, the property owners are not, it's not our issue to address. So I can't put a condition on that, the Wagner's parcel map, in case, it's just not legally feasible, let's put it that way.
Commissioner Austin.
Did you and the previous owner of the lot in question enter into or install a fence on the property? Back?
The previous owner, she put the one down the driveway if I put the one across the driveway, or across the back, yeah.
Okay, and was that with the permission and consent of the person who owned the lot at the time?
No, when we moved in, and then that fence went in, the question was asked, where's the property line? Okay, she replied and told us that that property line was approximately 7 feet from the end of the eave, the end of the roof line.
Where was the fence that was constructed across the back?
Pardon me?
Where was the fence that was constructed across the back?
7 feet from the eve,
Okay.
which
And
was
how long-
30 years, or 20
How long
years.
did that fence exist?
It's been up there for 25 years.
And did you
Or more.
Did you adopt that as far as you're concerned as the property line?
That was always agreed that was our property line there. With the intention of the block wall on the other side of it, because everybody had great plans at that time when we were young.
Well, fence line may constitute an informal property line adjustment that the county may not recognize, but you could probably prove in court.
I'm sorry, could not hear you.
I'll talk to you after the meeting.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Any questions of staff?
I have a question. Given the state of the situation, can we approve a legal lot determination with these facts? I understand what the council said, that the requirements on paper have been met, but I guess if they all have been met, we can't do anything but approve it, can we?
That is the case, correct. If they meet the standards to approve the map, then we are obligated to approve it because it's in accordance with the zoning and the general plan, and the environmental issues have been resolved, and access and the tentative parcel map requirements have been achieved and demonstrated, such as access, water, buildable site. And I just wanted to explain also to answer some of the questions that we had about the matching property lines. Wayne Battleson's here from the survey. He's the county surveyor, and he reviewed, and he can speak for himself, but he reviewed the legal description that the appellant currently owns to the map, and the line matches. So ownership lines do configure correctly according to his legal description in his deed, and the line that you see on the exhibit for the map itself. So the line has been confirmed by surveyors.
Could we hear that
Both
directly
the applicant
from the
surveyor and the county's
Could we hear that directly from the surveyor?
Surveyor.
Excuse me.
Yes,
which
do we
line
have,
is- oh,
do we have a surveyor here?
You can have a
You
seat,
can-
sir.
Thank you.
You can
Thank
have
you.
a
We're
seat.
going to have another, thank you, Mr. We're going to have the speaker. Yeah, if we could have you come forward and explain to us what's going on here.
Hello,
Thank you.
yes, I'm Wayne Battleson. I'm the county surveyor. And I reviewed the map in question, the parcel map 5616, and I also did I was on the property and did the monument inspection that's shown for the monuments that are indicated on the parcel map.
So you've been on the property?
I've been on the property, yes.
Done their surveying to verify and validate the maps on file with where the property line should be.
Right. The map was prepared by a private surveyor, a licensed land surveyor named Glenn Albers. The process of checking and approving a parcel map, Glenn prepared the map and gave us copies of all of the deeds of the applicant and all the adjoining properties. So as part of the process of checking whether the parcel map meets the requirements of the Subdivision Map Act, the map checker, I was not the initial map checker, but I reviewed the map checker's work. So the deeds were compared. They were found to be compatible. The private surveyor, Glenn Albers, did the actual survey of the lot and set the monuments. The monuments along the back line in question, I recall, had to be set on an offset because of the encroachment of the buildings. And so those monuments were set at an offset. And when I went out and inspected them, I was aware of that encroachment. But as far as this exhibit, this lot line adjustment, it looks like a proposal for a lot line adjustment. In our research, we would have we would have found any lot line adjustment that it had been completed and effectuated. We worked with the existing deeds, and as I said before, we compared the deeds for the property in question and compared them with adjoining deeds and found no discrepancy between the deeds.
Okay, questions?
So, in terms of this exhibit that's been presented to us, this is
Yes.
something that was proposed but was never recorded.
Yes, I believe that's correct. And this is the first time I've seen this. Charles Fletcher was a private licensed land surveyor. He was not the county surveyor. He never was.
I'm sorry, you said what?
He was not the county surveyor. He never
Okay.
was.
You said he was not a county surveyor?
Charles Fletcher was a licensed land surveyor, but he was not the county surveyor.
Okay.
So this document appears to be a proposal, and if it had been completed, we would have found that in our research, and it would have been reflected in the current deeds, because to effectuate a lot line adjustment, even a lot line adjustment that's been approved by the county, it has to be effectuated by deeds that transfer the change in the property lines.
Okay, thank you. No other information? Nothing else from staff?
Commissioner Rodriguez, I just wanted to address a couple of the appellant's issues just so you would understand how this works, right? So the drainage issue, the light of sight issue, the visual issue, the access easement for the fire, right? Those things were looked at, right? So the fire department looked at that access road. There's records, and I think it's in your Exhibit 8 that talks about the fire department, or Exhibit 10 talks about the fire department. They understand the width. They understand the fire safety issue. Ray Gutierrez is here with the Public Works Department. If there's any question on drainage, clearly drainage is something that gets looked at very seriously on every development. So a lot of this happens, that the line of sight issue gets addressed at the zoning clearance stage, at the building permit stage. So this is just the hearing on the legalization of the lot. It doesn't mean that we're ignoring any of the other issues. Those issues will be addressed as soon as we have an application, which would be a ministerial application to develop the property. So clearly people can develop what they're, once they legalize the lot, can develop what the law allows. In this case, a single-family home and an accessory dwelling in it. Already, those issues have already been asked and answered by the board and the state on what kind of housing that you can have, whether or not you can rent it or not, right? That's not a question that we ask. That's the private property issue. View studies, right? So we don't protect private views in the county. It's a public view, a view shed from a public road, a public trail. So there's nothing that we're going to do to put up storyboards or anything else for a private view shed issue. So I just wanted to be clear on those items that I heard him address here at the podium.
Okay, and none of that information is really in front of us, as far as construction in front of us for consideration. That's not the issue here. In regards to the 15,800 some odd square foot lot and the other identified square footage allowable for construction, 4,868 feet, is that what I said? Does that include a garage, or is it just housing, just living space? And secondarily, is that cumulative between a primary residence and an option to build an accessory residence? I mean, explain that 4,867 feet to me.
Commissioner, yes, that is the total square footage for the lot, and it's consistent with the current zoning of RE 20,000 square feet. So that includes the main dwelling, an accessory dwelling, any accessory structures such as a shed on the lot.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The applicant, any final words, Ms. Wagners? Do we have any questions of the Wagners? Okay. Then let's close the hearing, the public hearing. Comments? Commissioners?
It seems to me that the applicant is allowed to do what they're proposing to do, and the county has addressed all the issues brought up by the appellant. I would love to condition it to make a lot line adjustment, but I'm told we can't do that, and I guess we have to just hope that'll happen. But having said all that, I would move that we approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any other comments?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Armstrong?
I understand and appreciate why we're making this motion. I do believe, however, though, if the former property owner and gentleman here entered into a lot line agreement for 25 or 30 years, that can form the basis of a boundary, and that he probably should file an action to quiet title, or if I were the applicant, I would evaluate his claim that that fence over a 25-year period with the previous owner effectuated a boundary that they can perfect, and it would behoove both of you to sit down and solve this problem, because you won't make any money in court. Anyway, I agree with the motion.
Okay, we have a motion in front of us. Second.
Why do
Yes.
I have an old vote on here?
A yes is a denial.
What is?
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, we're approving the.
We have, the yes is the approval of the applicant, of the appellant.
Yes, that was my motion. So a yes is an approval of what the applicant has asked for.
Correct?
Which is a denial of the appeal.
Yeah.
Correct.
Excuse me. Since it's my property we're talking about and everything here, I don't understand how the county can do this. I don't understand how the county can have those.
Sir, talk to me afterwards, will you? You're not going to go any further here now. Talk to me afterwards.
Okay, you got it. No problem. I know what you're saying.
So the motion is to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay. I think I understand.
Well, I voted yes. I hope that's right.
Yes
Two
is
of
no.
us did.
A yes is no. Right?
A yes denies the appeal.
Denies the appeal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The only other item on the, thank you. The only other item on the agenda is, I don't have my agenda in front of me. Comments from Director?
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. I just have a couple of items to report on your schedule and on the Board of Supervisors hearing calendar. Just to report out on July 17th, an item that your commission had heard in June was the Minor Oaks Water District appeal, and that was upheld. It was approved by the board. The project was approved by the board on a 4-1 vote.
I'm sorry, what was the result of that?
4-1. The Miners Oaks.
They prevailed.
They prevailed,
Thank
4-1. And then also the board heard on the same day the non-coastal zoning ordinance amendment regarding the outdoor events, and that passed 5-0 with your planning commission's recommendations included as well. And then for your calendar, so we'll be meeting on Tuesday, and that will be a joint board planning commission work session number 3. We have one more of those that is coming up, but that will be on July 31st. Then you also have hearings on August 23rd, August 30th, September 6th, and October 16th. October 16th is the final that we know of right now in the schedule, Board of Supervisors PC joint work study session.
I won't be here on September 16th.
That's October 16th, let's see, so September 16th. September the 6th is the habitat connectivity, and then October the 16th is the general plan.
I'm sorry, okay, I'll be back.
Nothing on the 16th.
I'll be back.
Okay, that's all I have for you, unless you have something for me.
I do.
Yes.
I don't know, I guess I can count on one hand the number of matters before me where I just threw up my hands because I didn't understand the technicalities. I would hope if you spot something like this coming down the road with a lot of technical issues, you might give us a little bit of a heads up. So maybe I would have come in and talked to somebody about this and maybe had a better sense and done a better job, quite frankly. So when something's coming down the road, like, I mean, we got into things that I know nothing about, and I couldn't relate them to things on the ground. It was bewildering to me to have to make a decision that could cost people money, threaten people's security, et cetera, without knowing what I was talking about. More so than usual.
So Commissioner Onstadt, well, I can appreciate that. It's hard for me to know and direct staff what exactly it is that would be complicated and what it wouldn't. So you can see from your agenda, there's a lot of complicated topics coming up, so we put things well on advance of the draft agenda. So if you do believe in going through here, that you would have questions on those?
It's one thing to be on the agenda. It's another thing to have the staff report a couple of days before, and we all have things to do. I just, when it's something complicated, get a little more heads up. Maybe you want to come in and talk about it. Or I guess I suppose if it's something I have an interest in or anybody else has an interest in. Anyway, I would have liked to have more time to review that.
I see. Okay, more time than the week. And then that's something, if you see something on the agenda, that you could raise it to our attention, saying maybe that's an item that would take more than a week, but I would also say that...
Until I see the 2 inches of paper,
yeah.
Political argument.
Well, what you're about to get today, right? So the board gets their packets on Thursday before the Tuesday hearing. So
that doesn't make them feel any better either.
You'll be getting your packet for next Tuesday's hearing, this afternoon.
Well, I got it.
So you got your written one, so everybody should have that one.
I don't have it.
Well, it was handed to me.
So we'll rely on you.
It's
That's
in your Dropbox.
No.
Okay, Commissioner White.
I just wanted to follow up on the coastal resilience, the sea level rise thing, and my conversation with Kim earlier before the meeting started, they're going to make available to us the preliminary or draft report after they get public comments, and so that's coming to us so we can be educated on other technical things.
So I'm supposed to sell beach rent property?
And that'll be sometime after the first of the year, is that right?
No, she's going to do it before then.
Well, Commissioner White asked for a copy of the report before then, so we've gone out to the community. We're incorporating the comments from the community and the experts in that report, and then it will be final. We're hoping sometime by the end of the month, and so we can provide a copy of that report to you. But it is in our schedule to come to you in late January, early February, with the full report out on that, so we can provide you a copy in advance of that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're adjourned.
Hey, Meg.